This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Bom dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day of European cricket. It is Division 1 action here in the Portugal Liga Grizzly. And the first match of the day, we'll see the Werewolves taking on the Lisbon Supergiants. Werewolves winning the toss, electing to bowl. That's exactly what's happening. Lisbon Supergiants getting ready to open up their innings. First of 3 T20 matches today. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the duration of the day. And certainly hope that you enjoy what's coming your way. T20 cricket action before we go back to the T10 tomorrow, where we will start another European cricket series, this time in Estonia. So, Shahan Khan ready to face up. It's Gurpreet Manny with the ball. First one is wide down the leg side. Ewan Giri is the non-striker. But, well, both these teams have a funny position on the ladder. Werewolves holding on to 4th place, but only just 1 point ahead of Gorka, who we'll see later in the day. Lisbon Supergiants, they're second last, so they're 7th out of 8, but they're not too far out of the 4. In fact, a big win here could even push them into the 4. Have to be a pretty big win. But again, just shows you the kind of clustered nature of the table. There's 8 teams in Division 1, and 4 of them will make the playoffs, which are in around about a month's time. So good morning to all of our viewers who are watching on the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Always great to have your company. Chris Addison's in there. Helix is in there as well. Hopefully you're enjoying your Sunday. It's much better. From Gurpreet, settling into that dangerous length and line. Weather conditions in Portugal, well, pretty as a picture once again. I think it might never rain again. It's 20 degrees currently, expecting a maximum temperature of 31. Giri get off the mark. A little squeeze off the inside edge. Happy with the single. I hope everyone enjoyed their Saturday night. And the cricket keeps on coming on ECN. We still have around about 2.5 months of this league. It really takes off. Pretty well handled by Ram Haritwal behind the stumps. Captain of Werewolves and also the keeper, of course. Shahan pushes this behind point. Should run away for the first boundary of the day, and it does. So, this outfield, like I said, with the lack of rain that we've had around all of Europe, really, over this long, hot summer, it's running very quickly. Plus, it's always a bit downhill to the boundary as well. One just snips back a little bit and beats the inside edge of Shahan Khan. Werewolves, like I said, they are clinging on to 4th place, and the top 4 do get a chance in the playoffs, which is for Division 1 in about 5 weeks' time. Werewolves, last time out, had a win over the Fighters. That was back on the 2nd of August, so just last week. But all up, they've got a 5-6 record. These two did play earlier in the season. Werewolves went down to Lisbon Supergiants, posting 125. That was back on the 28th of June in match number 28. Yeah, Werewolves posting 125 and Lisbon Supergiants chasing it with 2.5 overs to spare. Fairly comfortable win in the end. That'll take us to the end of the first over. Bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. At LSG Lisbon Supergiants, 9 without loss after 1. You can see the blue skies there. The cows will probably be waking up round about this time as well. Load all our mini blue crew on the ground as well. It's like a postcard, isn't it? When you see the SCG. So Division 1, 8 sides. They end up playing each other twice. So 7 opponents twice. 14 matches through the season. And there is a finals day that includes the 4 top teams out of the 8. Also, the winner from the Northern competition. There's only 4 teams in that Northern competition of Portugal. So it essentially becomes a true national championship, because the winner of that Northern competition joins the 4 top teams from this league on a finals weekend. Well, Geary gets top edge here and he's concerned. It's up in the air, but he's going to get away with it. See a bit of extra bounce doing G1 Geary there. But he does survive. We'll get to continue on. Gupi Guri bowling from the Palace end. So the 2 Gurpreets getting things going. Full toss, Shahan loves to bring that bottom hand into play, and this one will find one of the 2 outfielders. They've got the field well set for him out there. They've got the deep forward, square leg, deep mid wicket, knows, well, they know that's his power zone. Good morning to the cows. A nice Sunday lie-in, it looks like, as well. These cows are untippable. Geary, a loose shot for him, really. We have to start naming the cows, I think. We do see a lot of them. Sunday morning, early morning cricket. I suppose this is early morning for cricket. Or anyone on a Sunday morning, just after 8 a.m. local at the moment. Well, slow ball goes wrong. So no ball actually bounces back towards Geary, who had a fair stab at hitting it. It was a kind of attempted side of the hand, kind of leg cutting. Slower ball. Have a look. You still can't hit this. A no ball. It stays no ball, even if it is hit. Chance to score a few extra runs. So here's a Hurst free hit of the day. Geary punches his hands through it. Doesn't quite get the contact he wants. Shahan's turning for the second. Not something I had on my bingo card this morning, but we'll end up with a single. Another attempted slow ball, I think, but it's a full toss, and Shahan is going to hit it. He's going to hit it very well. Maximo! First one of the day. Guri maybe just trying a bit too much too quickly here. Again, I don't know if it was a genuine slower ball, but definitely was a little bit kind of less than full pace. And Shahan sets a challenge for the fielders. Go find that. Yes, I talked about the fact that Werewolves are clinging on to that fourth place at the moment, but they think they will drop out of the four today if they don't get the win. Looking at Lisbon Supergiants, they've had a bit of a mixed season as well. They have 4 wins out of 10 matches. And actually 7th out of 8, despite a 4-7 record, which isn't the worst record. Really losing it down the leg side. But you look at LSG's season. One thing about LSG, they've never been able to string 2 wins together. They actually got a bit of a pattern. They go win, 2 losses, win, 2 losses, win, 2 losses, win. They had 1 loss last week, so if you're going with a pattern, I suppose they're not going to win this either. The win, 2 loss pattern. Definitely going down the leg side. Shahan has to hustle back. Has to bend the laws of physics. Now they're going to get a leg by. Well, trying to turn Shahan round quickly is not an easy proposition. And then trying to pump the brakes so he can run the overthrow was even tougher. That'll be the end of the over, though. It'll be 21 without loss. You could see there a moment ago on the coming up, or the upcoming events, there's the Battleborn Cup, which is going to be, a pretty interesting tournament to cover in Portugal, where the players go into a pool and there's kind of franchise style play, which will see the players all mixed up. And I'm glad to say we'll be covering that one on ECN. Hey, good morning to Wayne. How are you? Happy Sunday, Wayne. How's your Sunday going? What does a Sunday in Australia for you entail? Back to the other Gurpreet money. Oh, Wayne's already answered my question before I even asked it. He said he's working on a Sunday, but at least he's getting double time and watching YouTube. Not so bad. I remember when I was working in Australia, and I was lucky enough to have the same conditions where on Saturday you get time and a half or pay and a half. Sunday you get double, and even on the public holidays, the bank holidays, you get 2.5. Can't say I'm on the same today, Wayne, but I am also, I suppose, helping create YouTube and watching YouTube, I guess, at the same time, and I can't complain too much. Of course, I'm off the tour now for a little while, so I'm in from the studio today because we are expecting in my house, so I'm on alert. Expecting at the end of the month, so hopefully I get through the day without any drama, but if I do have to go quickly, you know why. Yeah, Wayne. Cool place to work. I'd definitely visit you. It's Gurpreet Mani. He's upstairs and whistles this one past Shahan. Interesting here, I don't have to replay this, but look how he's on his front foot, trying to kind of meet that, and then just it wasn't there for it, was it? Shahan, you see that front foot is the one moving, whereas I suppose if you actually reacted to the ball, you probably spring onto the back foot and then trying to play a hook, give yourself that split second extra. That one's hit very hard, but geez, incredibly good fielding. Hit it pretty much into the turf, or hit the turf pretty quickly, and then bounced up and taken on one bounce. Bang. Oh, good morning to Wiki. Just popping up to say hi. 5 dots from Mani, a much more consistent over from him. No maiden, but to keep Shahan that quiet is a good effort. Just a single off the over. And at the end of 3, Lisbon Supergiants, 22 without loss. Wayne had a customer, so had to quickly throw the phone away. We've all been there. Look at the LSG bench. Lisbon Supergiants is a club that's been growing over the last few years, to the point that they now have a second team. I suppose one of the issues they've got is that second team hasn't been that competitive in Division 2, but the fact they've got one is a positive. Shows the club's going pretty well. They got bowled out for 41 yesterday in Division 2. Shoban was covering the first couple of games yesterday, but he's off today, and the reason he can't be part of the coverage is he has his cricket semi-final himself. He's playing for the Prague Spartans. They're in the semi-final in the Czech competition. So, yeah, wish Shoban all the best. Yeah, Helix has got a good idea. I agree, Helix. And Wayne agrees as well. I need to put the ECN up on the big screen. That's something I'd like to see more. Go to your local sports bar and say, hey, can we put ECN on? And most of them, if they have their YouTube on the TV, they'll do it. That's what I do when I go back to Australia on vacation. There's a slower ball from Guri. At least he lands it this time. I'll manage a single. Yeah, Phil's in Estonia, ready to go for the European Cricket Series tomorrow. It'll be a whole week there. Shahan opens up the offside, sliced in the air. Fielder tries to hunt it down. Rohit Sunam does well to get it, but he's not able to get to it on the full. Yeah, so Monday to Saturday is the Estonian European Cricket Series for men. And then we do have a 3-match ECS women next Sunday. Giri snaps the hands through this. That'll run away behind square for 4. Yeah, it's the old Giri versus Guri. It's the age-old battle. Again, slow ball, but it was just too short. Giri picked it. Giri bowled it. And was able to just snap the hands through it just in time. 30 without loss. Giri stands and delivers this time. Nice bit of fielding out there to keep it to a single. Yeah, the games that we'll see today, Werewolves taking on Lisbon Supergiants in this match. It's match number 43, the first match of the day. Oeiras taking on Lisbon Capitals in the middle match, and then Punjab CC Amadora versus Gorka 11 in the last game of the day. Guri just goes for the 1 bounder in the over, but can't really build too much dot ball pressure. End of the 4th, and Lisbon Supergiants are 31 without loss. Average score in this division this year, 161. A few runs higher than Division 2. So that's the kind of normal run rate to be 8 and over, and they're reasonably close to that at the moment. Ready for over number 5 then. Change of bowling with Daljit Rai. 007 coming on. Good ball first up. Yeah, it helps to be right on the money from your first ball. Just be giving him the confidence that he might have a good day with the ball. Geary. Much better shot, this one. Occasionally today's been guilty of trying to drag across these kind of balls, but this is a brilliant cover drive, and it's a bit more what he's about. Stayed really well balanced there, kept it along the ground, and the result's going to be 4 runs for Lisbon Super Giants. Nice bit of bowling. Good comeback. Wasn't quite as drivable that time. See the expected score at this rate, 156. It's that one that Geary, I think, has in his mind where he wants to hit it. So rather than trying to hit that through cover like the 4 he hit early in the over, he's thinking, right, I want to muscle this down the ground. Well bowled. It's a good place to start, isn't it? Yorker on the stumps and kind of wait for the batter to make a mistake. Shahan losing patience, charges that one and misses. End of the 5th over. Lisbon Super Giants are 36 without loss. Reasonably disciplined performance from this end, especially for the Werewolves. We'll go into the last over the power play. Change bowling now at the other end. Gaganpreet Singh ready to bowl. Starts with a full toss. Geary can't quite put it away. Has to turn it to the leg side, but finds the fielder. Geary gets this one in front of square. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, and he's not going to stop it. Just shows you how fast and how downhill this field is. Wasn't really cracked. Not the timing that he wanted, but then the attempted foot fielding, and then it's an unhappy chase, isn't it, for Daljit? I'm sorry, pardon, that's Shubham Rajanwal, pardon me. Couldn't quite catch up with it. Gaganpreet, it's just a kind of like a hybrid bowler, I call him. He's not really a spinner. Not really trying to spin the ball. Hey, look how many centuries. That's all from this week as well. We've had an explosion of centuries in Hornchurch. Crazy hitting over there. Well, the Aesthetics are actually the third highest score ever in an ECN T10 match during the week with 175, and looked on for 200 if he got the strike in the last over. Never faced the last over. That one's hit for just a single. Shahan, it's only not quite at his destructive best this morning, but he is still there. Hello to Johnny Heasom. Good morning to you as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the start of your Sunday. Oh, it's a tough ball for the keeper to deal with. In fact, Ram did well to at least get a glove on it, which keeps it to one extra run. Plus the wide, of course. Last ball to power play coming up. Shahan wants a single. Kiri respectfully disagrees. End of the 6th over. And Lisbon Super Giants are 45 without loss.
What made the other guy good so I can improve? What? English guy. Get better. Don't you worry. When I put my mind to something.
Here's Daljit. Geary tries to heave this one over long on. Again, it's one of those ones where I think he's decided he wants to hit it in a certain area before the ball's bowled. Now tries to get this one over fine leg and a hanging top edge really, but it will run away for 4. Geary into the 20s. Those have very fast hands. I've mentioned a few times this morning. And snaps those wrists through. Again, not quite the timing that he would have liked. In fact, the fielder actually signaled 6, and it has been given 6, yeah. So a Maximo. That's with the umpire. I didn't realise it went that far off the bat the first time around. The 50's up for LSG. So he's still grappling with his internal demons, Geary. He's played a beautiful cover drive already, but he's not that interested in that anymore. He wants more. Probably they got deep cover back, so he's thinking, right, well, I'm not going to get a boundary there, and I want boundaries. Not going to play a nice-looking shot for 1 or 2.
I tell you what, those 2 youngsters played really nicely yesterday. Done. I think it's just better.
So I think this is Geary saying, right, we're doing okay, but we still have batting to come, and we're not happy with this kind of 7 or 8 and over. We want more. All right, now up in the air. Fielder comes around, takes the catch. You could kind of see it coming, couldn't you? Geary was a bit frustrated with an inability to to hit strings of boundaries or get kind of that big over. And yeah, once again, just look at where he's trying to hit this. Trying to hit that kind of leg side, and then last minute kind of slices underneath it. And pretty simple catch in the end for Gaganpreet Singh. So Jahangiri will depart for 25, the first wicket of the day after a half-century opening partnership. It's 51 for 1 in the 7th over. Nice catch as well by Gaganpreet.
Fat boy needed a drink. He ran 3 singles.
New batter is captain for Lisbon Supergiants, Surya Pratap. Facing Daljit Rai.
Yeah, especially them, bro.
Surya off the mark straight away. See if Shahan can get going. It hasn't quite been his morning so far. He's still here, like I said.
He gave Sunil a head of hair, bro.
Surya scored a good 93 off just 57 balls last month. His highest score on ECN. Just short of the elusive 100. At the end of the 7th over, it's 52 for 1. It's been a funny old innings because, I mean, they have hit 6 boundaries in the first 7 overs. In fact, every over's had a boundary except the third. They only went for 1. But they've never been able to get that kind of second boundary and break the game open. That's why they're,
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's going to be broken.
yeah, basically 7.5 and over. Here's Gaganpreet. Not a good bit of bowling. Well done by Ram to at least block it. Yeah, so it's that second boundary which kind of sets up the double figure over. Pratap keeps this one out. We'll get away for the single. So 9 wickets in hand, plenty of time to go for LSG.
Bro, I was just about to say, is that safe?
That's a nice shot down the ground. Shahan, it's more like it.
I'm out.
The long on was pretty wide, probably because he is a bit of a bottom hand dragger at times, but he does well to keep this one straighter.
We're okay.
The result's 4 runs. Maybe that's what gets him going. Hey, on the right, bottom right hand corner, 6 for 18, Harik Kutan for Marlow versus Gorka. Do you know that included 4 wickets in 4 balls?
Seconds is maybe easier.
This one doesn't go the same way. 4 bowlers used so far for Werewolves. Shahan this time finds the sweeper. Deep cover, just a single.
Well, she's done camera work.
Hey, look how many balls. We're at the 981,000 and something balls. We're going to hit million. And, well, meanwhile, Gaganpreet's going to hit the stumps. As Pratap tries to hit this one leg side, but Guggenpreet keeps it pretty simple. And so it's a short stay for Surya Partap. Was on the leg stump, but rather than kind of shuffle his body across and flick, he kind of stayed leg side and he's tried to manipulate that ball square of the wicket. He missed. Guggenpreet hit, and LSG 59 for 2. They lose the captain for just 2 runs. So Guggenpreet gets a big breakthrough. Surya, we know he has been in form. That had scored that 93 last month. Ooh, Bucks with a dodgy bit of fielding. I don't like if you've got a replay there. It was a pretty good throw from Andrew Winter, but Bucks shells it. Oh, he's back in position now. We'll drift on past that. Throwing on the full umpire to umpire is a skill that I think they do practice a lot during the week. Lakman Kumar, the new batter. There's still a ball to go. Oh, well, is there a ball to go? I actually think there is a ball to go. They're that wide at the start of the over. Are they going to realise that, or have we missed a ball? Oh, yeah, I haven't just one. I mean, we definitely saw the wide. It was the one that went down the leg side that Ram had to block. So unless there's been something missed by the scorers or something like that, I still think there's a on it. There we go. There's the dot. But was there a dot? I don't remember it. Yeah. Maybe there was. Okay. Must have been distracted. Here's Daljit then. Over number 9. Shahan walks at it. Tries to muscle it over. Good wicket for 6, but he'll have to settle for 1. Yeah, I'm not sure where that dot came from. Because for me, this is the first chance. Now we get to have a look at Lachman. Yeah, it's been called for a 5-ball over, but they hadn't started the new over yet. So I'm just a bit confused why they let that go. But anyway, shouldn't make too much of a difference in the scheme of things. Thing is, if you know it's 5-ball over, even if you've changed ends and everything, as long as another ball hasn't been bowled, you should bowl that ball. If the game hasn't moved on. Makes a really early move that time, Shahan. Nice bit of fielding. He's a good fielder, isn't he, Rohit Sunam? Oh, Shahan gets that pretty good. That'll clear the fence comfortably. Maximo. For a guy who's been pretty aggressive, he's only just broken through the run and ball barrier with that shot. So there's been a lot of, I suppose, intent, but not a lot of outcome so far for Shahan. That will be the end of the ninth over, and the score is 69 for 2. Last over before drinks coming up. Uzi in the chat saying fielding side looking pretty good. I think Sunam's a good example of that. There at deep mid wicket, proud around to his right. Made that look pretty easy when it was a bit of an awkward stop last over. And once again, we see one boundary in the over. It's quite amazing. It's been a boundary in every single over, but only one boundary, except the third, which was boundaryless. So 8 boundaries in 9 overs. This is a wide. I suppose time will tell whether it's re-bowled or not. Samrari gets the ball in over number 10. Lachman knocks it away for 1. I like the look of Samrari as a leg spinner. This isn't a good ball, though. Goes down the leg side, and Ram Hartwell can't deal with it. That'll be the dreaded Minimo. Just drifting down that leg side and 5 free runs. That was a quicker one, I think. Just didn't get it right. Again, probably trying too much too soon. Money with the best bowling of 4 for 14 last month in the league. That was versus the Lisbon Capitals. Needs to stick to basics, I think. Well, that isn't basics. It's going to be a no ball, plus it's going to be out of the ground. So, trouble with the capital T. Samrari just not settling here. Certainly looked 6 off the bat. Let's wait and see. Oh, yeah, that's easily 6. Well, it's not exactly a photo finish, is it? But it'll be a 7 up. And just the over, I think, that probably gets the LSG innings started in earnest. And very quickly, Ram Hartwell, the captain, is running over for a chat. 14 off 1 legal ball. Already, it's the highest scoring over in the innings. Here's a free hit. Shahan hits it. Well, actually misses it, but he tries to hit it over deep mid wicket for 6. Had the immunity cloak. It's a tough one now for the bowler because he's got to try and put that out of his head, but it can't be too easy. Well, much better ball. It's up, it's in the air. Can he get it? He can't. Well, he's running left, he's running right. He was trying to keep the ball in sight, but in the end it hits the turf. Much better bowling from Samrari. I mean, I like him here if he can get it right. That was a good ball. Lured Shahan into the stroke. Lachman back on strike. There's a high score of 71 in the league this year. Interesting now. I mean, do you give Samarari another over and just kind of write off the first part of the over as him settling? Because if he, the dot one with a half chance in there, I think probably is enough to say that he deserves a second over, but I guess we'll find out. 10 overs down and time for a drink with LSG 85 for 2. Unless they want to wait one more over. Yeah, Sandeep saying good comeback there. It certainly was. Uzi, glad to have you as part of the community. Keep those comments coming. We absolutely love your input. And Uzi, let us know where you're watching from around the world. Oh, they've foregone the hydration break for now. So we'll keep going with Gurpreet Mani coming back. Oh, and it's going to be 5. Oh, boy. It's hit the helmet, and it's going to be 5 free runs. Yep, there it is. And the tapping of the shoulder. It bounced just before Ramharatwal. Look, and couldn't have come off his fingertips any more perfectly towards the helmet. Well, if that's not a sign that the universe is on your side, I don't know what is. Ram is going, oh, it's even worse than 4 buys. I suppose in a way. And now I love he's just moved the helmet to a different position as if that was the reason. It was definitely the helmet's positioning that was the reason. Oh, boy. So we got to 90. That is pretty funny that he's just now moved the helmet to another position where it wasn't. I mean, it's just as likely to hit in that position than anywhere else. Yeah, Nick saying the devil is mocking him from above. If you're comfortable wearing the helmet, I think you just wear it. Especially here when, again, that second bounce wasn't an easy second bounce. Could have taken his head off. Instead, it hits the helmet behind him. You see these days, at the top level, they'll almost never put the helmet on the field. They'll run it off, and somebody will run it on between overs. And that one is going to be 4 runs. Well struck. Lakman Kumar with his first real expansive stroke. Again, look at the follow through here. Just bounces in front of the fielder. And 4 runs the result. Into the bat job this time from Lakman. He'll take 1. It hasn't necessarily been a very fluent innings from LSG, but they're in a decent position, aren't they, to post an above par total. Oh, what a ball. Look at this one. Comes in, decks away. I'm not surprised Shahan missed this. This is probably the ball of the day. Unlucky, show it to us. With the end of the 11th over, and it's 97 for 2. This was a seed. There's the Brains Trust. Jesus, early in the morning, isn't it? There's Cascais and there's Miggy on the left. Just two guys shooting the breeze on a Sunday morning.
Camera shy. He was so shy when that rocket walked in here yesterday. Holy shit. That trick yesterday was gorgeous. I've not seen a woman like that since
Samrari does get a second over. We were wondering about it, weren't we? It's well bowled. So this is what he brings to the table. He's a wicket taker and gets that false shot out of Luckman. Good overspin, good kind of in drift. And he just misses the stumps. Well bowled. This is a walking charge job from Luckman. He's going to pop it over the rope. Maximo. He might have missed the one before. He didn't miss this one. A little premeditation there, I think, from Luckman Kumar in that stroke as well. Bit of a risky one, but the risk pays off. Good comeback from Samrari. The hundreds come up during this over as well. It'll be interesting to see how long Werewolves think it's worth persisting with this gamble. If you want to call it a gamble, or Samrari and his wrist spin, which could be expensive, but it might bring a wicket. Shahan picks out the fielder and he's gone. Well, almost right on cue. They're talking about the fact that Samrari is a wicket taker. And Shahan is not keeping this down. He was hoping it would be into a gap or short or over that fielder, but he couldn't have picked him out any better. So Samrari does the trick in the end. Throws the hands at it and kind of accepts the outcome. And it's Julia Jelly that takes the catch. Pretty good catch under these circumstances as well, because he was looking into the sun. It was coming quickly. It was flat. So Shahan will have to step aside, out for 38 of 35. And in the 12th over, it's 104 for 3. Top 3 back in the shed now for the Lisbon Super Giants. Vijay Kumar comes to the crease. Big half tracker first up. Vijay decides not to hit across it, but never easy coming out to spin first up, especially wrist spin. List for the upcoming events, including Estonia this week, then Belgium for a couple of weeks, and back in Portugal for more ECS action. It's well bowled from Samrari. It's probably worth persisting with, I think. There's value in that 4th and 5th wicket. If you can capture it, it's the end of the 12th over. And LSG, 104 for 3. And nice fluffy clouds blowing across the ground. 173 pace at the moment. We continue the really strange trend of one boundary and only one boundary in an over. Every single over in the first 12 has had exactly one boundary, except for the third, which didn't have any boundaries at all. It was Gurpreet Mani that bowled that one. He's going to bowl this one. In fact, he'll be bowling out. Yeah, 8 overs to go, 7 wickets in hand. I don't think LSG are going to be too defensive here.
Yeah, you can't be denied fluids. That's what you're asking. It's your human right.
VJ still finding his feet.
Most definitely. You know the best way to
Gurpreet Mani in his signature fluoro undershirt and sleeves.
yeah, it's called teabagging. It's proper CPR. 30 compressions. You go no.
Opportunity here. VJ's going to play himself in. Marty to sneak through this over without any more damage, and I think Webwell's getting a bit more confident over by over at the moment. They have removed the top 3. Ooh, gets a bit extra out of the service that time, since Gurpreet. This could be the first over since Gurpreet's over in the third that there isn't a boundary. Hello, Paul. Good to see you. Hit and run job from VJ. Gets off the mark. Took 6 balls to do so, though. Lachman guided away. So we'll have that boundaryless over. And once again, it's Gurpreet Mani that does it. He's been really good. He's been very economical in his spell. Finishes none for 20 off his 4 overs. And after 13 overs, LSG 107 for 3.
He's ignored me all weekend. No, I'm going to talk to Naeem today. Naeem's going nowhere. Watch me. Watch me. Yeah, but Naeem is also...
Had a comment in there from Mohammed Shakil saying, always enjoy it when Corey is part of the coverage. Yeah, that's true. I'm still chatting to Corey from time to time. He's been very busy, of course, with the Spanish national side and some other coaching responsibilities that he has in the Netherlands. But Corey and I have had some pretty good times, especially here in Portugal. We've had some pretty funny moments, put it that way. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how that qualifier goes in Finland, by the way. So Spain and Portugal. He's got him. Samrari. He's done a job here on Lakman Kumar, who got away with one of these a couple of overs ago. But Samrari's persisted, and now he has that 4th wicket. See, you can tell that he wanted to charge no matter what. And he loses his shape. He ends up looking at the sky, and the stumps get KO'd. So, well done to Samrari. He had a really tough start. Actually had 14 come off his first ball. And then in the 2 overs since then, he's got 2 for 9. Mohammed Shakir asking, is Corey doing commentary on other matches? Not at the moment. He's been a bit too busy with his coaching to do any commentary. But yeah, I've tried to get him a few times this year, but it's never quite worked out. And the other thing is, I suppose, with ECN this year, the structure is just one commentator setup, so it's not easy to get to. we try, but a lot of things have to work if we're going to get to there. But anyway, I'm hopeful we might even get Corey. I actually think we might even get Corey in October, maybe for a little bit of the end of the season. But if not, next year. Right, Dingra's a new batter. Samrari looks like a new bowler now, doesn't he? They take a very tight single there, first up. I was just thinking about those qualifiers in Finland. So you got Spain and Portugal are both there, but they're in different groups. So they won't play each other unless it's in the playoffs at the end. That's well bowled, and it might bring a wicket. VJ goes to the skies, gets dropped. Oh, well, they've caught so well today, have fielded so well today, Werewolves, but that's one that should have been taken. Again, draws him forward, but it's not a comfortable driving length. He's not in control of the shot. Did most things right there. Just last moment, went into his right hand and down it goes. Lucky moment for VJ. Yeah, so Spain are in Group A of that Finland qualifier, which starts in just 5 days' time, actually. Oh, goes over everything. I think this is buys. Wait for it. Classic case, the keeper just assumed that would hit something. Yeah. And he got beaten to his left. Yeah, so Spain will play Finland, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, and Bulgaria. And to be honest, I think they'd be favourites in that group. Dingra hits this pretty well into the gap. That's going to be 4. So Samrari does end up going to the boundary, but he does bowl a good over. Picks up that wicket of Lakman Kumar to start. Time will tell if he gets a 4th over, but that's probably worth a punt. End of the 14th, and Lisbon Super Giants are 117 for 4. Yeah, so Spain taking on Finland, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, and Bulgaria. In Group B, there is Portugal. And Portugal will play Germany, Czechia, Israel, and Greece. Portugal are the second highest ranked side in their group. But I think they fancied their chances against Germany with the side they've got. Don't think there's too much between those two sides. I think there's daylight then to Czechia, Israel, Greece. Although, I mean, we know that Greece have recruited pretty well. I say recruited, but really just tapped into the players that are eligible, including, I think we've got 4 Aussie-based players that will be playing for Greece. So maybe don't count them out, but I think you need a degree of depth to make it to the very top. We saw that with Croatia in the... Wow, they're going to get an extra one here. They didn't bank on. We saw that with Connor Carroll, didn't we, for Croatia? Well, that looks out. Yep. And so Guri, well, he tries his hand to spin and does the trick. So it's something we haven't really seen from him. I say spin, but it's definitely not quite his normal mode of delivery. And I think he just gets it right. He just gets it straight. And that's the end of Vijay Kumar. You just seem to be so far back. Sometimes you just get a feeling. I know we can't really see, but didn't think it was going over. I don't think it was missing either side. I don't think there's any bat. So Werewolves representing here through these middle overs. Keep capturing wickets. And it's 119 for 5. Here comes Kamal Ahmed in the number 7 position. Hello to Monica. How are you? Buenos dias. Monica tuning in. How great to see you. Where have you been, Monica? We've been missing you. But we're happy to see you. Everyone takes a break now and then, including myself. So that's absolutely fine. All right. He's come out facing up. Well, yeah, I think this is only wide. Not quite a no ball, but it missed by a long way. Hello, Bushra from Johar. Nice to see you as well. Mónica, buenos días, ¿cómo estás? Está viendo de Colombia. Kamal has this swing on the middle of his bat. Interesting, Guri, yeah, trying this. It's probably something he's been working on, the slower bowling. It's always different when it's in a game, though. Oh, yeah, this could be trouble down the leg side. It's going to run away for a minimo. So get the inexperience of Guri bowling this way. I think getting him into trouble here. Yusuf Sai tuning in as well. Hello, Yusuf Sai. Good to have everyone enjoying the cricket here on ECN on a Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, depending on where you are. Guri, despite picking up the wicket, the rest of the over has been a bit expensive. There's still a couple to go, to be honest. So it hasn't been what I'd call a pretty innings, but they should end up with an above par score. Par's basically 160 in this competition. Just missing the mark this time, Guri. Gets another crack at the last ball, the 15th. Dhingra hits it pretty well. He's kind of come out and looked as good as anyone so far, Dhingra. He'll cash the 4 as the over does bring a wicket, but it's also the most expensive over of this inning so far. It goes for 18. And with 5 overs remaining, Werewolves certainly have some questions to answer. LSG, after being sent in, are 135 for 5 after 15.
What's the ownership rights with all the footage?
So Samarari does get his 4th over. He's had a few trials and tribulations, hasn't he, with his leg spin? But he is going to bowl out. Quicker ball first up, a little bit of bat, says Andrew Winter.
Bro, you're so talented.
Very quick to make that determination.
I think you're like the best.
You can see Ram Hartwell trying to say, look out here. It's more like it. Hit into the ground, and Samarari does well to make the block. A bit more difficult as well with a left-hander on strike.
But Jeremy doesn't have access to it.
Another bit of bat in this. Geez, that would have been tight if it had hit.
Posting the lead tickets, and that. He said, mate, I don't have the password. I've been logged out.
You see, he doesn't seem to want to bowl a lot of leggies at the lefty. He's kind of pushing it through. Has this been out? I think it would have been if it had hit.
Yeah, he was at the beginning of the year, but supposedly he's not had access, and obviously Chad.
Dingra. It's a little bottom edge into the ground, blocked by the keeper, Ram Hartwell. Dingra goes up over the top. I was a bit concerned for a second about the fielder, but shouldn't have been, because it's going to get past him, and that's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras. Hey, Monica, good to have you in the chat. And actually, one of our chatters, Monty Luce, has recently moved to Colombia as well from Australia. So, yeah, Colombian viewership off the charts. Last ball for Samarari. He's got 2 for 36. Pretty good one to finish. But they'll settle for 1. That'll be the end of the 16th over. Samarari 2 for 37. Does get a couple of key breakthroughs. And with 4 overs remaining, LSG 141 for 5. I'll tell you what, it does continue the same weird pattern that apart from 2 overs from Gurpreet Mani in the 3rd and the 13th, there's been 1 boundary in every single over, but never a second boundary in the over. Okay, there's been a couple of minimos, which I'm not counting, but they just haven't had the ability the whole way through LSG to get that kind of back-to-back, to get any kind of momentum going. They have been helped a bit with some of the extras that they've been gifted, up to 32 extras in the innings. Gurpreet Guri comes back to bowl out. Yeah, 32's far too many. 5 penalties in there as well with the ball hitting the helmet once. But 22 in wides and 2 no balls. All right, Dingra could be in trouble here. Ball's up in the air, gets away. Was always on the move there, wasn't he, Mohit Kumar? Did a good job to get to the drop zone, but wasn't able to hold on. Yeah, Helix saying, yeah, it's doubled in 1 hit in Colombia. Yeah. Dingra tries to whack this down the ground. Well, stopped there by Samarari. Should be an interesting chase. Werewolves, one of the most improved sides in the country, as LSG for that matter. But they're averaging 160 with the bat, which is pretty much right in the button. Last time these 2 teams met, Werewolves struggled. In fact, it was their worst performance of the season. Second worst, actually. But they only managed 125, Werewolves. That was batting first, though, not chasing. He's had an attempted leg spinner from Guri. Ball finds Rohit Sunam at a deep mid wicket. So Werewolves in their 11 matches this year, funnily enough, they've always had the whole 20 overs available. Kamal goes down the ground. He'll get one here, and that will take us to the end of the 17th over, 147 for 5. But yeah, Werewolves, their performance with the bat, 145, 189, 203, 109, 160, 131, 125, 184, 171, 157, 181. So we see that catch going down off Mohit Kumar once again. But it shows you they're pretty much an average batting team if you look at the numbers, and a pretty average bowling team as well. 164, so 160 runs for and 157 runs against. That's their averages. It's been Super Giants. If anything, it's been their batting that's let them down a little bit. 148 their average. They have a 4-7 record. Gaganpreet comes back. So if you just look at kind of gross wins, Lisbon Super Giants have 4 wins in the season and Werewolves have 5. So it's either going to be a gap open up between them or Giants are going to pretty much catch up. And this is in the air. Fielder comes around, won't get there on the full. In fact, he's misjudged it. And I think he might have made the stop in the end just in time. Let's just say he took the scenic route to this ball. Wants the catch and then realizes, all right, I'm not going to make it. And then he gets done by the spin. Then he has to do a big curve around. Almost gives up and says, well, maybe I can stop it in time. And I mean, look, from our camera angle, you can't really say anything conclusive there. The camera always... No, I don't think he's touching the rope there. As long as the ball doesn't touch the rope. No, he's fine. Good stop, I guess. Gaganpreet, I think, saw Kamal coming then and fired it in towards what he thought was his body, but it goes down the leg side. Should get 2 here. Oh, they might get more. Mohit to put down that catch in the last over. Gurpreet drives to the offside. They've been pushing for 2s and doing pretty well. Just accumulating the runs, LSG. But there is a bit of hustle about this innings. Like I said, it hasn't been what I call pretty, but they have found a way to keep the score moving forward. And they shouldn't get bowled out. One short there. Explains it earlier in the over. So good hustle, but bad touching of the bat. So it'll be the end of the 18th over, 154 for 5. Here's the 19th over. Kamal goes down the ground. Have a look at where the helmet is now, by the way. If I was batting, I think I'd genuinely try and just little lap shot, because I think the helmet's in play for the left-hander at least. Oh, he does try it. Helmet or no helmet. And Dinger is going to get the ball away. It's very ambitious shot, but he plays it well. Wow, this looks out to me. Straight off the face of the bat. And Dinger, after a bright 25, is going to have to step aside. Nice catch down the leg side. And in the end, tries to get a bit funkalicious again. I actually think, I can't really see it, but I actually think it might have literally gone on the full, just bounced on the middle of the bat, but didn't get away from the keeper, who made good ground to his left. So, the 19th over, 159 for 6. Does it right with his second wicket. New batter comes out, and it's Nilesh Suryavanshi. Maybe the most famous Suryavanshi in world cricket right now. If not, he's in the top 2. Suryavanshi trying to hustle. We're up. We're ready at a pass score. Well, this could have been out with a better throw, but it wasn't a great throw. They get back for a couple. LSG will be feeling pretty confident, I think, with this score. Like I said, even though no one's really had a blinder, I actually think Dinger's innings was the best. He looks pretty close, and he's gone. Just playing across his front pad there, Suryavanshi. And Daljit Rai has a 3rd wicket, and that's what he'll finish with, because that's the end of his spell. 3 for 31 for Daljit. Suryavanshi departs for 4, and with 1 over remaining, LSG 163 for 7. Another good decision, I think, from Bucks. He's umpired well today. Hasn't caught particularly well, but he's been umpiring well. Right, last overtime then. Gaganpreet's going to finish off. Middle of the road kind of score. A handful over par, but it sets up a pretty interesting second innings. Can Werewolves stand up with the bat? I mean, they wanted to chase here. It was their election. But they haven't been particularly successful chasing. So they couldn't chase 169 against Werras. The other thing is that all five of their wins, Werewolves, have come batting first. So that's what kind of surprised me they were chasing in the first place. But it's a good challenge for them, I suppose. Kamal goes after this, hangs up in the air, and another one. So he'll be out for 12. Guggenpreet has the second wicket. And LSG are playing short-handed today, so they're down to their last batter now. With the score at 164 for 8. He's Adnan Gondal, experienced campaigner, coming out as the last man. Guggenpreet trying to finish things off. A bad shot from Gondal. Can bat. Almost gets a boundary there. It's only stopped by the boot of the fielder. So 165. 3 balls to go. Shearer gets a hit. Probably 2 here if they want it. Oh, no. Well, they've got no idea what they're doing. And they're somehow going to get away with it. It was poor running by Gondal. Didn't actually kind of read the room and see. He was never really looking for it. He just kind of tapped his bat in the crease and stayed there. Look at this. And then he just goes bat to everyone. He goes bat in the wrong hand. And then by the time he goes, hey, do you know there's 2 there? And Shearer's like, I tried to tell you that ages ago. Meanwhile, Shearer is going to get castled. And that will be the end of the innings. So they're going to finish on 167 all out. Guggenpreet will finish with 3 wickets. So, yeah, it was a kind of weird old innings, wasn't it? It is an average score. It never really had too many what I'd call ebbs and flows. It just kind of stayed at a fairly mediocre pace all the way through. I suppose there was the odd over that was a bit quieter. There was the odd over where it lit up, mostly due to some extras being bowled. But they will finish on 167. And then the numbers kind of support it, that no one really got on a heater with the bat. I actually think the best innings was from Nikhil Dhingra at 25 off 17 with 4 fours. He hit it as well as anyone. Top scorer, though, was Shahan Khan at the top with 38. Jahangiri also opening up with 25 and 18 for Lakshman Kumar. Bowling-wise, well, plenty of good performers. 3 wickets for Daljit Rai, 3 for Guggenpreet Singh. In the end, a couple for Mani Samarari with his leg spin. 1 wicket for Gurpreet Guri. I think Gurpreet Mani was pretty unlucky not to take a wicket. He was the only one that didn't take a wicket, but he was the most economical of the bowlers with just 20 off his 4 overs. So we'll take a break, and after we come back, we'll see if Werewolves can get the monkey off their back and get a win against LSG. They'll need 168 runs to do so. Vinny Sandow, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break, and on the other side of it, we're back with more action live from Portugal. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this exciting match. First of three today between the Werewolves and Lisbon Supergiants, part of the Division 1 setup of the Portuguese Liga Grizzly. Well, some of this action has been illegal sometimes this morning. We're getting ready for the chase with LSG being sent in to bat by Werewolf skipper Ram Haritwal and managing 167 for 9 off their 20 overs. And now it's time for the chase. Ready to get going then. Nilesh Suryavanshi to bowl, as it's going to be Rohit Sunam and Gurpreet Guri opening up for Werewolves. It's a real test for Werewolves. They'll know where they're at after this chase. Past about 160, 161. So half a dozen over it, I suppose. Nice bit of swing there for Nilesh. Lots of relies on whether one or two players can actually get going. No one really got going for Lisbon Supergiants in that first innings. Helped by Bradman's score of extras, 34 extras. Caught a wide, goes down the leg side just. I think Shahan felt there might have been a little bit of leg in that, but umpire disagreed. Sunam fielded well in the first innings. Tries an expansive drive, gets to the ledge. That's going to fly away for 4 with third up in the circle. Just goes hard at it. And there's always that chance of the edge squirting away for 4, and that's exactly what happens. The first boundary of the response. Yeah, first of 3 matches today. We'll see Oris taking on the Lisbon Capitals in the next match, and then Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gorka 11 to close out the day. Chris Smith mentioning, and rightly so, the importance of wickets in hand in this chase, but also you don't want to overly be conservative to preserve wickets if that rate's climbing out of control. Oh, it's a good ball. He's using that breeze very well, isn't he? Been a couple of good seeds from this end this morning. Why would you go around the wicket after bowling that ball? I don't understand. Well, maybe knew he was going to do something crazy because then Sunam charges wildly, not really caring where the ball is. He's bowled probably one of the best seeds of the day from over the wicket, almost taking the outside edge. Suryavanshi then goes, no, I'm going to go around the wicket. And then also Sunam goes, I'm going to charge him. I don't understand how some of these players think sometimes. Hey, it's exciting though. End of a pretty good first over from Suryavanshi. Just 5 off it. 4 of them came off an edge. And After the first over, it's 5 without loss. And there's a lot wrong with that, including him coming just in front of the umpire and gets the warning from Bucks, who flashes him the thumbs up. Oh, well, who's that? And what's he drinking? Is that a hype? Yeah, that man is a project manager, so we can't show you his face on television. There's some of the boys. Good to see Path made it back from the UK. We've got Miggy there as well. Good to see the ground crew enjoying their day. Why wouldn't you be enjoying it? Over number 2. And it's Anand Gondal to bowl. Rohit maybe suggesting that might have been a wide, but I don't think Guri necessarily made the best position. Maybe they're just having a bit of a chat, Rohit and Andrew Winter. See, look at this shot from Guri. It's got literally nothing to do with the ball that's bowled. He just has decided, right, this is going left. Ready? Let's go. I'm on the walk and bang. And he could not miss the ball any more than that. So it helps to have different options and different shots. That's a very cuttable ball. It's not really in his repertoire. Yep, we'll try it again. Gondal's a good performer. I've seen him for Marlow in the past. He's made the move now to LSG. That one is there for the Hoik, and Hoik away does Guri. And yeah, it will go all the way. Maximal. Got to ask the question though, if you're Gondal, you just seen him play the same shot. Why would you bowl it right into the wheelhouse for this shot? Keep it wide above stump. Don't get greedy. You're actually making Guri look a little bit silly earlier in the over, but then he bowls one right in the Hoik ability zone. Hello to Terry Richmond. How are you? Good to see you. What are you up to today? You refereeing something? Right. Well, there's another Hoik. This is going to be a top edge. That's going to fly away. Third's pretty fine. Steven Geary keeps it to a single. Chris just talking about the situation on the ladder. Yeah, it's pretty clustered. Middle to lower part of the ladder. And remember, 4 teams from Division 1 will make the playoffs. They'll actually be joined by 1 team from the Northern Portugal competition. Johnny, you were right. That was Paolo walking back into the clubhouse. Better line, better idea. Though he overdoes it slightly. So, God, no, not quite getting it right either. Gondal closes out the over. 8 coming off it, and it's 13 without loss after 2. Nice day in Portugal. Like I said earlier, will it ever rain again anywhere? Currently Temperature is up to 24 degrees, so pretty pleasant. Expecting 31 today. Suryavanshi to get a second over. They put the kind of floating slip in for Suryavanshi now. He's been getting that ball to leave the right-hander. He's lucky he makes this, actually. Takes a weird turn. Let's have a look. Is he in? I think he's just in with that foot, but I mean, run straight at the ball. What are you scared of? It's probably more likely to hit the ball running that line. Survives. Slow ball attempted, and Suryavanshi delivers a big juicy full toss, and soon I'm ready to catch it in. Cuatro carreras. Really gave him a good look at that. It was almost too slow for a variation, wasn't it? Now one squares him up. You can see that outswing that Suryavanchi's getting once again. That's another good ball from Suryavanshi. Sunam. Got a big roll at the top of the order. These two don't want the required rate going up on their watch. Good to see Suryavanshi back over the wicket as well. I think this is a much more dangerous line to bowl. Right, well, he hits this straight. How much has he got, Guri? He's got enough to get it over the infield, maybe not over the outfield as well, but it will be 4 runs. Suryavanshi just getting a fraction short. I mean, only a fraction. Let's watch it. They allowed Guri to unload. Let's look at the Werewolves bench. So when the Werewolves play, I normally check if it's a full moon or not. It can impact their performance. Oh, well, I can tell you it's not a full moon. In fact, we are 9 days after the full moon and 19 days until the next full moon. So that's not a good result for the Werewolves, obviously. Your last full moon was the 29th of July. So what's that? I suppose that's about 11 days. We've got 19 days until the next one, which is on the 28th of August. So checking their fixtures as we see this one laced. It's more likely from Sunam. Gets a bit of a half volley here. And slams it through the offside. A card carrying half volley there from Gondal. Gondal drops the length back a touch. Thick under edge. This is going to test the fielder, but as well to hunt it down. Vijay Kumar will come back for two. A little edge that's going to fly away as well, but they do have the third very fine. It's Geary. Yeah, so Chris saying, if I want rain, go to Scotland. Apparently Scotland's been very rainy. They've had more rain than all of Europe, including England and Wales combined. Well, we saw it in Hornchurch. I mean, it's not often you don't lose a single ball on a 2-week English series. Yeah, Chris saying he's never known heat waves like this. And very tiny amount of rain. Well, this isn't tiny from Guri, who's going to lace this one over deep mid-wicket. And it will go all the way. Maximal. Again, Gondal. I just think he's playing into Guri's hands here. Trying to bowl at him. And we saw Guri just trying to hoik everything over mid-wicket. So why would you give him the opportunity? I suppose Gondal might be saying, oh, well, I hope he mishits it and it might go straight up in the air because it is a bit of a crazy shot. And that's true. But it's kind of opening the Pandora's box. Gets hit out of the ground. Gets fuller. That's the other thing you can do. It will be the end of the fourth over. Werewolves now are 36 without loss. And they find themselves marginally ahead of the rate after that over. That ended up netting them 13 runs. Well, Johnny's saying there's a partial eclipse on Wednesday evening. Giri gets bowled then and make the first bowling change. That's guided away nicely. That'll be for Sunam. Starting to cook. Geary gets the ball back eventually. Good comeback from Jivan. You can see their feet not really moving. That ball definitely went away off the surface. short of a length this time. Sunam just pokes it down a deep third for a single. Oh, dropped. Or is it off the pad? Well, it was a big deflection. My initial reaction was it took the edge, but I guess I can't really see. Did it hit the back leg? It was high for LBW. So maybe it wasn't dropped. I guess we'll never know. Well, it was dropped. We don't know if it would have been out or not. Another good ball from Geary. Settled in nicely here. Wild shot from Guri. I mean, he's an excitement machine. If everyone batted sensibly, cricket would be a lot less interesting to watch. And he tries to hit that over the clubhouse. End of the 5th over, and Webber's 41 without loss. Lakman Kumar is going to get a bowl from the Palace end. Monty Loose loving the Geary versus Guri duel. Something we saw in the first innings as the Guri-Geary duel, as Rohit Sunam works his first one away for a single. He swings himself off his feet here. And Guri's an exciting player to watch, to say the least. Things always just seem to be happening when he's out there. He swung himself off his feet. It's more that he was surprised by a bouncer. In fact, it's been called a wide in the end. It's a funny one. I mean, I suppose you've got to judge it at the crease. It may have been fractionally above his head if he was standing at the crease, but I feel like from where he was, it wasn't over his head yet. This time, just a single. Very devoid of wickets early in this game, for both sides, in fact. Sunam gets this one kind of into the gap, but nice bit of work there to save the boundary. They do get two. The first power play in the first innings went 45 without loss. This one's 47 without loss. So I suppose the biggest difference will be what happens next. They're pretty even so far. Well, Guri goes for it. Sunam, I should say, goes for it, and he's going to be gone. So the two players, it was a very Guri-like shot. I think that's why I called it that way. But Sunam just kind of took off. Probably one of those sixth over shots that we see when the power play is about to be out. So you see these over aggressive strokes. Nice catch by Protap out there. But the thing is, he takes on an outfielder. It wasn't really the smartest shot. In fact, it's the first wicket in the power play today. The Werewolves lose it at 46 for 1. Monty calling it textbook cow shot. Well, the cows would have appreciated it. We know they're around the ground. New batter out there, Gurpreet Mani. So we've got the two Gurpreets operating now for Werewolves. Beats the outside edge. Appeal turned down. Pretty good over from Lakman Kumar. Gets a breakthrough. And at the end of the 6 over power play, Werewolves 47 for 1. Nice catch there from Protap. He summed that one up pretty quickly, sending the talented Sunam on his way. Giri to continue. So we've got the Giri Maniguri battle now. Late arm withdrawal from Bucks means that Giri's going to have another go at the first ball. Cracks this one, Desmani. It's a good shot. Good fielding though. That's Vijay Kumar out there. Remember, they are short-handed, LSG. Oh, another Bucks arm intervention. Maybe because the field wasn't quite set. G1 saying, come on, guys. Two right-handers. Fake step, real slog. Up in the air. Fielder goes back. Can't quite get there. Geez, Guri. He's had his share of luck, hasn't he, out there? He went so early that I picked it as a fake. He's like, hey, here I come. Just kidding. He wasn't really well balanced. All the weight was going back towards leg stump. Anyway, call it another couple. Huge swing from Geary. Brought the 50 with that. You could call it an elevated cover drive. That time, he swings hard and another fresh air shot from Gurpreet. Thing is, for how aggressive he's going at the kind of rate he would have been going anyway if he'd batted what I would call normally. But I'm glad he's not batting normally because it's a lot more exciting this way. He wants this one. Bang! 360 degrees. But again, the idea of watching the ball or, selecting a particular shot because of the particular ball that's coming at him isn't really something that Guru is particularly interested about. Another hard swinging attempt from Guru, but strike 3, and at the end of 7 overs, Werewolves 50 for 1. Luckman to continue then, over number 8. Yeah, Monty Luce, good to see you, as always. Yeah, hanging out here, enjoying the cricket like everyone else. Nice looking shot by Gurpreet Mani. We'll go back to the rusty gate. Gurpreet Guri. Yeah, Chris saying Werewolves are keeping up around the run rate, but the longer it goes on, if they keep losing wickets, they'll struggle. That's true. I mean, one of their issues, I think, has been the consistency through innings. Chip down the ground, but it is very straight. Just be a single. Hello to Zahid, who's tuning in from San Francisco. Hopefully you are well. Monty Luce was loving the zombie march attempt, catch attempt. Also, we had Monica in the chat earlier, also from Colombia. All right, well, another top edge. Mani, this time, should get a couple. Yeah, so 2 Colombian viewers this morning already. Hello, Shaquille. Good to see you as well. Oh, hits him in front. Umpire has a very good think and then turns it down. Well, there's probably 3 things at play here. Was there any bat or not? Where does it hit him? And is it going over the top? I don't think it's going over the top. Gets a decent-ish stride in. It definitely was a close call. But does Gurpreet kind of take that bit of luck forward? That was a tight one. Now he walks. He's going to get this slicing away from the field. I've got to say the boundary fielding has been pretty good today. Not an easy field to be on the boundary for. You are slightly down compared to the middle of the field. Another big flashing swing from Guri. He's going to get a boundary. It's an edged boundary, but it's a boundary nonetheless. Cowboy style. And not all cowboys need a horse. Some just need a bat. End of the 8th over then. As Luckman's over ends up going for 9, and the score is 59 for 1. Hello to all my friends there. Just enjoying the comfortable chairs and taking in a Sunday of cricket at the SCG. Right, here's Shearer. He's getting a ball in over number 9. Game hangs in the balance. optimistic appeal, but I like Look Shearer. Apart from being one of my favourite cartoon heroes from the late 80s. Not afraid to give the ball a bit of flight either. It's one closer, but still not that close. I think it's heading down the leg side, really establishing that the ball's turning a lot. Wow. And the full switch hit has Guri. He's got away with it. In fact, he'll get a couple. Wow. I actually think he even changes his hands around, becomes full left-hander by the time this ball's delivered. Probably wanted to go leg side, but then the line wasn't there for it. Look, he even changes his hands. It's pretty amazing. Sticks to right-handed this time. Certainly can't say they're not trying things. Money's turn. Shearer, pretty tight over that one. End of the 9th over, and Werewolf 63 for 1. Nice outlook of the SCG in the surrounds. Sure, with 2 wickets in the league this year. But yeah, any left-arm spinner is going to be dangerous if they can put it in the right spot. Kamal Ahmed with some more left-arm spin. Just feel that the rate's creeping up. We've only had 1 boundary in the last 4 overs. In fact, last 30 balls now, after that one doesn't go to the boundary. If you're not hitting boundaries, it's going to be hard to score at that 9.5, 10 and over. That's the thing with the LSG innings, that despite it being a bit of an ugly innings, they were able to get that 1 boundary and over. Plus, they had a whole bunch of extras that helped them. There's the change. Once again from Guri. It's this one better. So his tactic here is he feels that the left-arm spinner is probably going to bowl it outside his off stump. So if he's confident switching up and becoming left-hander, that becomes a Gundy ball outside the leg stump. So, I mean, you can see what he's thinking. Meanwhile, Gurpreet goes to the skies and he's going to get caught. It's a nice bit of fielding there. Lakshman Kumar will take the catch. And so the left-arm spin twins build some pressure and it pays off. As Gurpreet Mani will have to go. He's out for 8. And Werewolves lost a second wicket, 8. And it's 66 for 2. Clickety-click. Premeditated charge, I think. Wanted to go straight, but it skewed off the outside part of the bat. Pretty well judged catch as well from Lakman. That'll bring Ram Haritwal, the captain, to the crease. About 10 and over required from here. I didn't know that. Monteluz? Money means peanuts. Must be in South America. We call them cacahuetes. Cacahuetes. Anyway, well, I'd say was 100% ready to go. No, he is. Yeah, but I think where the Werewolves can conquer this left arm spin could make a big difference in this game, make a big bearing on the result. Pretty good start from Kamal. Hartwell's equal to it, pushes it down for a single. Going to be Ramsday. Guri, let's see if he tries the switch again. Interesting. I think that Kamal was expecting him to switch, and so he fires it. In the end, Guri just kind of stands still and takes the wide. Now he gets one in at his body, then he turns away and doodle the fielder. Vijay, he's normally a good fielder, but he was kind of in two minds there, whether to try and attack the ball for a catch or whether to make the stop. How he was going to make the stop, I'm not quite sure. In the end, all these funky tactics that Guri's using, kind of getting in the bowler's heads a little bit, I think. So they do get the boundary in the over. After all, it goes for 9, and after 10 overs, Werewolves 72 for 2. Hey, there's a man getting ready for his game. Looked like Josh Winter sneaking around the outside to warm up in the nets. Of course, we do have 2 more matches after this, with ORS taking on the Lisbon Capitals in the middle game of the day, and then Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gorka in the last game of the day. Shearer's back. It's funny. He actually bowls that, and by the time he saw where the batter was going to hit it, he already run to mid-wicket as if he was going to field it. This is hit leg side. Up in the air, but it's going to fall safely. Great fielding once again from Lachlan Kumar. Hey, so I mentioned Shoban is not on today because he's playing in this semi-final for Prague Spartans versus the Praha Dominators. Shoban has gone into bat at number 3. He's currently 10 not out with the Prague Spartans mobilizers 59 for 1. So Shoban's on 10. We'll keep an eye on how he goes. He's been enjoying his cricket this year. Hartwell knocks it out for a single. Yeah, let's get behind Shoban. We also need a nickname for Shoban. Oh. Well, that's an amazing bit of batting. He's going to end up with a boundary. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximal. But how's this for proper mind games, going, which way am I going to bat? You don't know. That's the thing with Shearer, though. He's so slow through the air that if he's even a fraction short, you can pick it up and you can bang it. That's exactly what he does. Maximal. Confusimo. I think if a batter was doing that to me, I would just be firing it in at the base of the stump, saying, right, let's see you deal with that. All right, now he's going left hand, full left-handed. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's an amazing shot. Maximal, and it has to be the shot of the day. He doesn't actually turn his hands around, so he's batting. Oh, no, he does turn his hands around. Wow, that's amazing. He's completely in my head, and I'm not even bowling. But again, kind of set him up for success by tossing it up and inviting the shot. I suppose you're hoping for a miss hit there. It doesn't get one. Now I think they're going to run out a few drinks while they try and find that ball. So the confuser-mo and the reverser-mo can't be accused of not having enough entertainment in this innings from Gurpreet Guri. He's moved to 48 now. Now what does he do? Surely he doesn't go left-handed twice in a row, does he? Yeah, I think my answer would be bowl more balls that are hitting the stumps and then potentially, I suppose, getting him scared of missing it. At the moment, you're not. But anyway, back-to-back Maximos in the over. Ends up going for 16, and Werewolves continue to fight through. 88 for 2 after 11. But have a look at that rate required. Around about 9 and over. There we go. What do we got? We've got some sight screen work, do we? Or well done to all the crew down there. I'd love to know what he's winding. We'll come back to that. Kamal to continue. We're on 49. Yeah, I think the bowler's overthinking it a little bit. I wouldn't be too worried about whether he's right-handed or left-handed, but I'd be attacking the stumps either way and getting full. A bit like this. Will be 50 for Guri, though. Been a really entertaining innings. Brings it up off 33 balls, striking at touch over 150. He's put his team in a reasonable position to pull off a chase and perhaps bring the Werewolves another valuable 2 points in the competition. All right, well, this is a false shot, though. Keeper wants it, and he's going to take it. So Shahan does well to get out from behind the stumps and capture Guri for 51. It's funny, for all the hijinks we saw from Gurpreet Guri, it's a fairly regulation slog that's his undoing here. Concentration lapse, I think. To be honest, it's very similar to a lot of the shots he tried to play off the paces earlier in the innings. And Shahan did pretty well there. It's never easy off the high ball when you start right next to the bat. A potential match-defining catch there as Gurpreet Guri walks for 51. It's 90 for 3. Here comes Gaganpreet Singh. Well, Gaganpreet gets the top edge first ball. That's hanging in the air, but luckily for him, he's pretty lonely in the middle. Not a lot of infielders for company. Yeah, better bowling from Kamal. That's something that maybe Shearer doesn't have at the other end, that kind of more pace on ball at the stumps, just to keep the batter honest once in a while. Monty Luce's got a good question. If he throws the bat in disgust, does he do it left or right-handed? I don't know. Someone just creeps in. And so Kamal with a wily over there to bring his team back into it. After 12 overs now, 92 for 3. There's the Werewolves ready to go. This looks like Surya Pratap will take over the bowling. Taking over from Shearer at this bottom end. Clubhouse end. Hello to Ash at Save Derek. Great to see you as always. Shoban watch. He's still batting. He's 21 now. Shoban. Batting number 3 for Prague Spartans today in the semi-finals of the Czech competition. Oh. Geez, that actually gets away from the fielder initially. I thought for a second might have been crashing into the stumps or near. In the end, there's no signal from the umpire, so must have just been the tiniest of glances. Pratap's another kind of spinner, but he's more kind of pace on the ball kind of spinner. Shearer being taken off, going 2 overs for 20. 16 that came off his last. I still think both teams are in this. They feel like they're in a winning position. Wow, it's a wild swing from Harriet Wild. He's going to get away with it and they'll run away for 4. Luck's a fortune. Harriet Wild getting a bit of a dragger. A bit like we saw from Gurpreet Guri earlier. Yeah, Monty Luce saying, yeah, like and subscribe, of course. Helps the channel. It does. Thanks in advance if you do. We're on YouTube every day. ECS coming back with T10 action tomorrow as well. Gaganpreet opens the face nicely. It's a bit of a task for the fielder, but like I said earlier, the outfielding's been really good today. Now they're going to get an overthrow. It's a bit lazy from the outfielder on the other side not to come up and be a backup fielder. So they get 3. So 13 overs down, 104 for 3. Now they're going to get another extra run. Oh, Just been a little bit undisciplined, hasn't it, for LSG? It's a pretty important game for both teams. Hello, Wayne. Very good, by the way. I hadn't seen that one before. I will click to hear answer later. Keep an eye on that required rate. They've just been good at kind of holding it around the 9 or just below. Gaganpreet heaves this leg side, finds the fielder. This is a key partnership now, isn't it, between these two that came together at 92 overs ago. They've already put on 19. Batting 4 and 5, and trying to get Werewolves close. I suppose Werewolves sometimes haven't been able to. Well, they haven't actually had to chase that much. They've been batting first a lot more than they've been batting second. Big swing there, but no contact. Lifts this leg side as well. Another good piece of outfielding. This will take us to the end of the over. So the Nelson's up. Hello to crew, wherever you are out there. And it's 111 for 3 after 14 overs. Yeah, Shoban probably would have had a game or two today, except that he's playing in the semi-final for Prague Spartans. And Shoban batting number 3, currently 24 not out, with his team 89 for 2 after 9. So I'll keep an eye on him. I'm certainly watching the score from that game as well. Wayne must have been able to sneak his phone out at work again. Or are you finished there, Wayne, perhaps? Chiwangiri to bowl now. To bowl 2 pretty tight overs up front, none for 8. Now's the time, kind of last 6 overs, where you actually start looking at that required rate, saying, we need to get that off this over. There's 1 off the first ball. But yeah, you're looking at getting 10. 10 and over from here. And you get the target. So they want to be 121 minimum after this over. I like that. Monty Lou saying the definition of optimism is him buying a ticket for day 3 of the Australia-Bangladesh test. Well, famously, years ago, David Hook said Australia could have beaten them in a day. I don't think that's necessarily a fair indictment on the Bangladesh side. Who, let's be honest, they've got to play more games against top teams and in different conditions if they're going to improve. And they are one of the most improved teams in world cricket over the last generation. No doubt about that. A bit like Sri Lanka improved a lot through the 90s. I think Bangladesh have been, along with Afghanistan, the kind of story of Bangladesh probably through the 2000s. And maybe, first half of the 2010s. Afghanistan at the same time had a meteoric rise to the top level. Cramp for room this time, Gaganpreet. I'll definitely be watching that one as well. I think it starts on the 14th, doesn't it? So in a few days' time. Wild ball there from Geary down the leg side. Yeah, the second test is that we're talking about, Wayne? Australia-Bangladesh in Mackay. So for those of you that might not realise, Australia are playing 2 winter test matches, but in the north of the country that's very tropical. And it's the dry season up there. And actually, you're right. Monty Loose, Bangladesh did get bowled out for 54 by Australia 8, or Cricket Australia relevant. Oh, how that missed, I've got no idea. Teague Wiley scored 100. He works very closely with Tom Scollay, who was the captain of the coach of the World 11 in the Western Shield last year. All right, last ball of the 15th over. Haratwal is out of patience, so he goes to aerial. But in the end, put that down as a win to the fielding side. They get 7 off the over, which isn't quite enough to stay with the rate. So we're going to the last few overs now. Werewolves, 118 for 3. Simple, 10 and over, and you get there. 50 off 5 overs required. And I do have some news for all the Showbun fans out there. He has been dismissed for 24 off 24 in that semi-final. So, not a bad effort from Showbun. 24 at number 3. Guess we'll see how they go. All right, well, it comes down to this, doesn't it? Five overs to decide the game. Both teams have a chance. Gondal comes back. Haratwal heaves to the leg side, just a single. Yeah, talking about that Bangladesh tour game, it was Campbell Thompson, took 8 for 25. Pretty amazing figures. That can happen, I suppose, when you get to that top level of cricket or in that top echelon where you just have one bowler run through the opposition. So I don't know how much you read into that for Bangladesh, but it certainly wouldn't have been a confidence booster considering the bowlers they're going to come up against next week in the test. We've got a retired out here. Yeah, I think Ram Haratwal said, I just don't think it's my day and I don't feel it. So credit to him. It's an unselfish decision. He'll be retired out for 17 or 14 with just the one boundary. Daljit Wright will come in at the non-striker's end. So 121 for 4. Oh, that was a little under edge on that. Not handled by Shahan Khan. Not sure if it carried or not. It's impossible for us to tell. The rate continues to climb. It's 3 off this over so far. Finger tipper for the bowl up again, just 1. So it's big pressure, isn't it, for Daljit in this situation? Wayne saying it's a wild day to get the one first-class game. Technically, it wasn't even a first-class game, fun fact. It wasn't Australia A, it was Cricket Australia 11. But I suppose it comes down to the fact that there's just not too much time pre-tour these days. Condell throws in the bouncer, just 4 off this over. Things starting to fade for Werewolves. I suppose, yeah, and it applies to, for example, when Australia go to India in January, that the tours just don't really allow too much time beforehand. It's pretty rare there is a tour game. So I don't know if it's Bangladesh thinking they're too good to play more tour games. They probably like to. It's just, the tour is tough. They've got T20 cricket. They got ODI cricket as well going on before and after the tour. Not too much downtime these days. Anyway, good over from Gondal. Just 4 off it. Daljit's been sent as a bit of a horses for courses situation. But it's 122 for 4. Yeah, pretty unselfish stuff from Ram Haritwal to retire himself out and give someone else a chance to win the game. I just didn't feel, just knew in his heart, you know, it's just not, I'm letting the game drift on my watch here. So it's a punt. Geary to bowl out. I haven't really been able to get him away. I think what they've tried to do here is I'm going to bowl Geary out here. They'll probably bowl Gondal out in the 18th and just feel, okay, we've got this covered now. The rate would be up to about maybe 17, 18 and over if they're not able to move the needle in this next couple of overs. First one's called good. Definitely thought about it there, Buck Stoneman. You see, Gaganpreet doesn't help himself by staying really leg side of the ball. Doesn't move his feet at all. Hello to Paolo Campini, just in time to see the exciting conclusion of this game. At this stage, if you know, dot balls and ones can send that required rate up pretty quickly. We're up to 2 a ball now. Gaganpreet miss hits. They want 2 here. They're going to get 2. I suppose that's what they need every ball to pull off this chase. Ooh, umpire clothesline attempted from Bucks. Oh, might have been a 1 short there. It was on that 2 from Gaganpreet. So that makes it even tougher. Daljit yet to score. Still yet to score. Can he be the injection that they need? They basically need someone to catch fire here, Werewolves. And the required rate's not out of sight. They've only got to do it for 3.5 overs. Oh, he's bowled him. Look, the ball's gone under the stumps. And I think he hits it onto his shoes or back of his leg. And it creeps onto the stumps. Bizarre dismissal, really. But Werewolves, once again, with the bat, just not quite up to the task, I think, in this chase. It's going to be a duck for Daljit, who was selectively inserted upon the retirement of his captain, Ram Haritwal. It's been an interesting replay, though. Doesn't stop Money grabbing the bat. Let's have a look. Hits it. Yeah, back of the right leg. Don't know what G1 was appealing for in the first place, because he did crack it off off the bat. And Matty Samrari, who's on the bottom of that recent best bowling list with 4 for 14. He will get the opportunity with the bat now. 44 off 20 required. Well, straight up in the air. Can anyone get that? It's hanging a long time. Shearer likes the idea of it. Oh, geez, that would have been out. They get 2. They'll get 3 now. And now, might have been thinking about 4. There's a few fumbles on the backup. So I think you got to take your chances now and hope you can heave your way above the target. Has been a bit of an issue for Werewolves this season. Look at their season. 5 and 6 record. When they last played Lisbon Super Giants, they were only able to manage 125 with the bat. So they've done better than that. They'll have to do a lot better if they're going to get the win. End of the 17th over. Werewolves 127 for 5. Yeah, Terry saying still light at the end of the tunnel. That's true. And now 41 required off 3 overs. You want to have a biggie. And you're probably going to get... In fact, no, they're going to go and make a change here. No, they won't. I'll stick with Gondal. But this does leave you 2 new bowlers. I say new, or 2 different returning bowlers in the last 2 overs. I think Suyawan should probably get one of them. Someone's going to have to bowl the 20th. But I think they feel now's the time to bowl Gondal and try and basically put the game in your back pocket. Samrari goes for it. And the air is going to be caught. It's a good catch, actually. Hung longer than I thought in the air. And so Gondal will pick up his first wicket of the day. Pretty good catch out there as well. After Samrari hit a 3, the first ball that he faced. And he gets pounced in the outfield by Lakshman Kumar. A bit of a top edge. I thought this was going to fall in front of Lakshman, but look at him make ground in. Takes a pretty good catch at the end. So Werewolves fading at the moment as they will lose their 6th wicket. It's 127 for 6. Yeah, Wayne, big raps on Campbell Thompson. 8 for against essentially a test team is a pretty good thing to get you noticed. Here comes Julia Jelly. Well, Gaganpreet's the guy that's been there for a while. He's essentially been there about 6 overs now. So he's the one who's going to have to catch fire, I think, if they're going to get anywhere close to this. Chris Addison's called the cab already. Don't blame you. Not able to make any contact. Coming up next, though, in about an hour's time from now, we'll have Oeris versus the Lisbon Capitals. And so, if those 2 teams going head to head in the middle game, Oeris top of the table, 8 and 2. Taking on the Capitals, who had a shocking start to the season, actually, the Caps. They lost their first 5 matches, but they've won 4 of their last 5. So the Capitals certainly in better form. I'll know where they're at against the table-topping Swans, though. Jelly doing what he can to get things moving. We'll only manage a single here. They haven't got the teams yet, but I imagine have some of your favourites in there, like Conrad Greenshields. He's been doing the camera for us sometimes. Junaid Khan. He's already saw Josh Winter getting ready. Short, but not too short. End of the over. Well, he's going to be tempted Johnny Bairstow there from Shahan Khan, but it will be the end of the over. It's 130 for 6. I'm happy that's not given out. I don't think at this stage you need to try and do something like that. Must have heard overcalled anyway. And that's why batter started moving. 38 required off the last two. It's kind of what we said. A bowl out, those two bowlers, then probably got Surivanshi to bowl this one. Anyone can bowl the last, and you wrap up the win. Brisbane Super Giants look good for a 5th win, which will actually bring them up level on with a 5-7 record with the Werewolves. Well, it's probably no ball. Yeah, it's been called. Might as well just go for it now. I mean, magical over here, and at least you feel like you've got a chance going into the last. But a couple of, I mean, they're close-ish. Think about some of those extras in the first half of the game that have cost them. Difference in extras. 34 extras in the first innings, just 8 in this second innings, including, the ball hitting the helmet once. Also, the one short cost him a run. So free hit. Gaganpreet hammers it. But, I mean, even at this stage, I think I just like seeing them running that first one hard and maybe pushing for a second if there's any sort of fumble, but they're not really looking for it. There's a bit of an air of resignation in the Werewolves banners here. It's been a good defending job from LSG. Jelly charges, picks out the fielder, and well taken. Shearer takes the catch. Looks a good player, Shearer. Very composed under that high ball. So Jelly tries to give it a bit of wobble. In the end, picks out the fielder, and he's the 7th to go. 133 for 7. Yeah, well taken. Well judged. And really, any hopes that Werewolves might have had about pulling this off are fading pretty fast. Mohit Kumar comes out at number 9. Pretty good effort by LSG, considering they are short-handed in this morning game. Mohit looks like he's got his front pad falling off, but gets off the mark nonetheless. Wayne talking about 333, the top scorer of Graham Gooch. Yeah, true. Had a bat named after it. You know you've made it when there's a bat named after an individual innings. Oh. Went over the stumps, but didn't miss by much. Monty talking about doesn't have enough bat speed to hit open blade. I think it's partly that. I don't think it deliberately is opening the blade. I think it's a consequence of where his balance is going. He's kind of falling off the shot a little bit. Ends up slicing up in the air. A little edge, that will fly away. So Gaganpreet Does end up with a boundary. First one in a while. Yeah, put it this way. It's the first boundary in 6 overs. And so it's very hard to be going at that kind of 9, 10 and over that they needed if you're not hitting any boundaries. So last ball, the 19th over. Srivanshi does get it up in the block hole, but another tight one, all things considered. Just 9 runs coming off that over, and it started with no ball, actually. So Werewolves 139 for 7. Bridge too far, 29 required off the last over. I suppose in European Cricket Series cricket, you still feel the game is alive, but I'm not so sure that they have too much chance here. A reminder, we'll be back here in around about 50 minutes at noon UK time. That's 11 o'clock GMT, 1 o'clock in Central Europe, and 4:30 in India. I can even tell you it's 7 o'clock PM on the west coast of Australia, 9 PM on the east coast of Australia. And let's see if West can keep their run going against a rising Caps. Whereas 8-2 record coming off a double header last couple of weeks with Marlow. Oh, whereas they haven't actually played since the 19th of July. Then they had the Kendall Cup bye weekend, and they had the bye themselves last week. You did see the Capitals beat Punjab last week. Pretty comprehensively as well. Well, Gaganpreet will get 6 here. That's the start you want. Maximo. First Maximo since the back-to-backs from Guri back in over 11. One of them was left-handed. Monty asking about Stefan Gooch. Well, I don't think he'll be playing because he did his Achilles during the World Cup qualifiers for Estonia. I'm sure he'll be around the mark, but I don't think he'll be playing because of that. Yeah, Achilles injuries are notoriously tough. There's actually video of him doing it. Did it against Hungary. All right, 22 off 5. They go for Kamal Ahmed in his left arm spin in this last over, by the way. He's gone wide, then 6. Now another wide. It's just, you can't imagine. Gaganpreet's going to have to middle at least 3 more out of 5. And the way things are going, you'd say that was statistically almost an impossibility. Nope. Make that 3 out of 4. And actually then he'll need some help as well. Well, that one has a chance. Oh, just short. Well taken. And that pretty much does kill the contest now. Vijay Kumar takes a good catch out there. Deep forward square. Gaganpreet gave it the old kitchen sink. And I thought this one had a chance for a minute. It's not quite out of the middle. And that's pretty much game, set. Call the car. 147 for 8. I think Werewolves, they'll look back and they'll feel that they've squandered this game a little bit. You look at for me, it was the 34 extras. I just think it's far too many, especially when you win the toss and elect to bowl and you essentially hand the opposition 30 plus runs. Deepak Kumar will have to try and hit 7 of all. Good luck with that. Not a bad shot though, first up. I will say that Steph did become a father recently. It's our first ECN baby with his wife Meta. Mo hit. That's a pretty good hit, actually. He uses his feet well. He gets on the forward. He gets 4 runs, brings up the 150 for the Werewolves, but it's going to be in a losing cause. So his last ball of the contest. So I'll just settle for a single here. And to answer your question, Monty, I just spotted it. Yes, the Werewolves, I should say. They are a Lisbon-based side, but they won't quite get the win here. 14 runs will be the margin as LSG pull up level with the Werewolves in a pretty good performance. A real kind of arm wrestle game in the end. They finish 153 for the loss of 8. And Lisbon Supergiants now improved to a 5-7 record, the exact record of the Werewolves. And remembering that with the top 4 making it to the playoffs, that certainly does squeeze things even more in that part of the table with just a few weeks left in the season. Chasing 168 for victory. Made an okay start. 46 put on for the first wicket for Sunam. Hold out for 23. Gurpreet Guri certainly delighted, entertained and frustrated us all at once in his 51, including some amazing reverses, including a big reverse emote. 31 for Gaganpreet Singh, but wasn't quite able to go at the pace required when the game was on the line. Ram Haritwal retired himself out for 17 to try and give someone else a chance, but they just fell 14 runs short in the end. And like I said, huge difference in the extras. 34 extras in the first innings, just 10 in the second. You could argue that was the difference between the teams. 3 for 34. Kamal Ahmed was pretty good with his left arm spin. Singles for Suryavanshi as well as Gondal, Jihangiri and Lakman Kumar. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes time as whereas the Swans will take on the Capitals when we return. Still plenty of action to go today. Keep the chats coming as well. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, to be back in the chair when we return to Portugal for more Portugal Liga Grizzly on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the middle match today with Oweris taking on the Lisbon Capitals. The Swans winning the toss and saying we'll have a bat, and we're hoping to cement their place at the top of the ladder. Lisbon Capitals had a shocking start to the season, losing their first 5 games, but they've won 4 of their last 5 for an overall record of 4 and 6, and certainly a better position than they were in a few weeks ago. Lisbon Capitals currently sitting 7th, but they could make it up even as high as the 4 if they would have a big win over Oweris here. Welcome back to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have you with us. Already watched Lisbon Super Giants getting the win this morning over the Werewolves. So, ready to get going here with Samath Patel to Azharan Dani. Plays a really nice looking shot first up through the offside. And that'll be the first boundary. The first runs of the contest as well. Out there with Badrul Haider is Andani, very experienced player. Former Capitals player as well. Okay, warm welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Pop in there in a second. Andani, he runs out of patience very quickly up in the air. This should be gone, and it is gone. He throws his wicket away there, Andani. A little bit carried away after he hit the first one in the middle, but that's a needless wicket. And he knows it straight away, and he's made a bad choice. It never clears mid-off, and pretty good catch there, Shanto Khan. He's the man that takes it. But Andani goes 4 and out, and the score is 4 for 1. Here's Miguel Stoneman. We saw him preparing in a pretty relaxed fashion earlier. So getting a bit of camera time. But yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed there. Andani to go off the second ball of the game. Good opportunity for Mickey to play an innings of substance, though. Interestingly, no Conrad Greenshields in the side for Oweris today. Vicky Chowan leads the side, and Andani will actually be doing the keeping. So it's a slightly different look, Oweris side. Also good to see Lucky getting a game after he's been pressing the buttons most of the time. And I've got Path pressing the buttons in this game. So Miggy, let's the first one go past. Samath Patel will be pretty happy with the start.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't have mics on the side unless you go to the bank there. But
Keeps the next one out. So a bit of chaos in the early going here. Miggy gets off the mark with a nice looking cut. Finds the fielder for 1. But an early blow, especially with no Greenshields in the side. Andani blow, it's even more important. Wow, this is a bit of loose fielding in the end. And they'll end up with 3. List of the recent winners including Apex United on Friday in the ECS, Zurich Mavericks Garwal on Wednesday in the ECS. ECS back tomorrow. Haida finally gets to face, pushes for one, and he'll retain the strike into the first over. It's 8 for 1. Successful over. First up for Samarth Patel. There's a look at the Oeris bench, hoping to cement their spot at the top of the table. Just a couple of losses in the season, including one to Marlow. They actually, quirk of the fixtures, played Marlow in the last two weeks. So, Shada Rahman, pretty experienced player. He'll bowl over number 2. Haida, get away with it. But yeah, Capitals will sense a real opportunity here. A false shot. Stoneman might face up when they send for the first time. Stoneman chips down the ground. That's a good-looking shot. It'll run away from the fielder for Miggy's first boundary. Yeah, Miggy's a guy who's been around Portuguese cricket for a while now. Of course, part of the 2 Stoneman brothers. Faf playing cricket internationally now, even during the league season. But nice to see Miggy out there in that key number 3 position that often would be filled by Conrad Greenshields, I suppose, in this kind of position. Conrad might open, depending. Hello, SkyQuest. Good to see you for the first time today. Good morning, I should say. Hello to Paolo Campini, Johnny Heasom as well, Chris Addison, and Zahid. What's a good score here for Oeris? Well, remember the league average is 161. Oeris are averaging 173 with the bat, but restricting to 141. They are the kind of most miserly team in the competition. Lisbon Capitals 4-6 record, about par with the bat, 159 per 20 overs, conceding 163. So obviously on paper, whereas with their superior record, have to go in as favourites, 8-2 versus Lisbon 4-6, Lisbon Capitals. But no Greenshields. Missing some key players here. Lisbon on a bit of a roll, winning 4 out of their last 5. That's good areas from Shada Rahman. Yeah, because if you look at it that way, both these teams have won 4 out of their last 5. Whereas losing a game to Marlow. Capitals losing a game to Werewolves back on the 12th of July. Invites the drive this time. Stoneman hits it well. Great bit of fielding there to partially knock it down. That's what saves the boundary in the end. But yeah, good looking shot. Stoneman with a tricky little phase here against Shida Rahman, who's pushing the ball across him. That'll be the end of the second over, and it's 15 for 1. There's Arav Andaria, who's into the side today for Werris. He's listed to bat reasonably high. They do have a pretty good bowling attack. There's about no Junaid Khan in the side. They've got Taj Muhammad. Josh Winters picked up some wickets this year. Hyder wants to get on with it. Has he got enough to get over the fielder? He does. They'll run away for 4. Takes this on. Pretty much hits off the front foot in the end. Not perfect timing, but good enough for 4 runs. That's it to the leg side, and that's going to be 4. It's getting a bit too short here, Samarth Patel. That's a powerful strike. It wasn't in perfect position to play that. I trusted his eyes. Was outside his eye line. Pitches up this time, Samarth Patel. You can certainly see the step up from Division 2 to Division 1 every weekend that we're in Portugal. Up in the air. Stoneman in jeopardy. He's going to be gone. Second time we've just seen a wicket thrown away, really. It was never quite getting the contact point for that one, Miguel Stoneman. In the end, he's early on it, and that means the ball just kind of skews up in the air. He's trying to time it, but you can see the timing wasn't there. One hand came off the bat. Another good catch taken by Shanto Khan, who's been really important early here with 2 key catches, and 2 of the top 3 are back in the pavilion within the first 3 overs. Werris, 24 for 2. Yeah, Miguel Stoneman, he'll be disappointed. Had the opportunity there to build an innings, and played a couple of nice looking drives. Samarth Patel, with a bit of help from Shanto Khan, once again has 2 wickets for 17. And that'll bring Naeem Rahman to the crease. Pitches up, gets an outside edge, it's going to fly away. Oh, and that's good running. It almost forces a boundary. Did force a fumble from the fielder, but they ended up with just the 2. So different when you're pushing for 2 and putting pressure on that fielder compared to if you just kind of walk the 1. They know they've got all the time in the world just to save the boundary. Rahman hits this almost catchable height. And it isn't caught. It's going to find its way to the boundary. I suppose the thing for Aware is the top of the table for a reason. Great effort there, but not able to reel it in. And the ball gets away. Into the third over, it's 30 for 2. But yeah, teams at the top of the table, they typically have depth. And so even though they're tested here without some of their key players in the team, plus they've lost 2 of their top 3 early, you still expect Whereas to be competitive here and to post a probably 160 to 180 kind of score. And they've had the weapons to defend and defend well so far this season. Shadow Rahman. Speaking of 4 weeks and 4 balls, as we were earlier, he did that for Portugal versus Spain in an ECI T10 a couple of years ago. Shadow's good bowler. Well played though from Haider. Pushes for 1 down the ground. Zahid's gone to the doctor, it looks like. And he's come back with, I suppose, some new information. Chris Smith had a nice lunch with roast chicken with sage and onion stuffing. That sounds great. Be thanks to Cricket Portugal as well. You can find them at www.cricketportugal.com. Of course, the national team, men's team, in the qualifiers, sub-regional qualifiers next month. Or sorry, not next month, this month now. Naeem is after him. He hits him pretty well. Up and over cover. And so 4 runs to the total. Nice bit of batting. Knew straight away he had a boundary off his bat. Goes for it again, and Naeem will get the same result. Just going with the angle of Rahman. And you can see here the difference, someone like a Naeem Rahman taking on Shaider Rahman. But Naeem is comfortable kind of hitting with that angle and not to fight it. We'd see other batters maybe trying to hit across to the leg side, letting that bottom hand take over. But this is a safer way to go, although still got to be careful. Big chance of an outside edge with that left arm across. Rahman versus Rahman battle is a good one at the moment. Up in the block hole this time. Nice bit of fielding there from Maknaem. Abdul Haider will get the strike back. On the walk this time. Well, a bit of the argy-bargy there from Shaider Rahman. A bit of thick contact. Accidental, of course. to push us into that offside again. We'll get 2. Slightly uppish, but he's well balanced there. End of the 4th over, 42 for 2. Nice shot by Rahman through the offside. He's very strong in that area. Samarth Patel coming back for a 3rd over. When he gets cut to the boundary first up. Nice shot. Very fast outfield, as we've mentioned many, many times. Yeah, my word is that Conrad for Oris is out with a wrist injury. So I certainly wish him all the best. Hope he's back again soon. Hyder this time lights up the offside and he'll pick up 4. Both batters taking a liking to Samarth Patel in this over. Fraction short, fraction wide. Hyder really good strike off the back foot. $50's up now for the Swans as well. Yeah, hello to our American viewers. It's very early or late, I suppose. 4:20 in the morning. Out on the west coast of the US. Hyder works this one round the corner for a single. So Conrad does have a wrist injury, but obviously hasn't affected his camera work because he is on the camera. Maybe at the end of the over, we can have a look at Conrad's wrist and we can see exactly what's keeping him out of this game. There's a challenge. Everyone's asking about you. Obviously, you would have known that. All right, Rahman sees it in his half and he goes after it. That's a good shot. That's a powerful shot. Maximo. Well, that's what a man with 2 fully functioning wrists looks like. Happy to step and hit it. That was over the boundary by an absolute mile. Beautifully tracked by Conrad as well, aka Whispering Red. Rahman's looking good so far. This time he finds a fielder, but still, ball springing off that bat. Into the 5th over. 58 for 2. That over went for 16 in the end. Oh, there he is. Well, we have to find out how he did it next. He's giving us the thumbs up. Obviously, it's not thumbs up for him playing today. But yeah, I'll have to call him One Wristy Conrad. He's still doing a good job on the camera. Going to bowl Shada Rahman again. So bowling both their openers 3 overs here in the power play. Well, I will say after seeing that shot of Conrad's wrist that he's probably not faking it. Or if he is, at least he's gone to the effort of dressing it up a bit. Hyder on strike. Might have taken a little something on the way through. I'm not sure if it made it all the way through to the keeper, Amir Dar. Didn't quite carry. Hyder. It's made a bright start. Goes leg side again. Slightly upish. But plenty of open spaces in the outfield at the moment. He'll get 2. Short, and he takes it on. Hyder hooks away for another boundary. Not wearing the helmet, which always concerns me a little bit, but he was able to get bat on this and he invited the short ball, didn't he? It was pretty well directed short ball from Shada Rahman. Outside off stump, but he also got a cross well, did Hyder. Despite the 2 wickets, we're still going at pace. Now, goes through the offside, partially knocked down in the infield. They'll get 2 there. So these two building quite a good partnership, aren't they? Came together when Stoneman was caught in the infield in the 3rd over. Score at 24. They've already put on 42 in just 3 overs. Little dab cut. It's cut off in the circle. Last ball of the power play coming up. Oh, it's got to be a no ball, doesn't it? Well, he did hook one, genuine hook shot. That's definitely a wide if it's the first of the over, but no. Been a few short balls in this over. Obviously, that was the first one actually as adjudged to be above the shoulder. Badru Hyder, former friendship player, along with Naim Rahman for that matter. Good finish to the over from Rahman. They might give him a spell after that. End of the 6th over, end of the power play. And it's 67 for 2. Look at the run-up of Rahman. Comes quite angular. Builds to the release. Maybe he could do a bit more with that front arm, but you know he's a rhythmic bowler. He's had a lot of success over the years. Zahid's off to sleep. Good on you, Zahid. I hope you enjoy your sleep. You deserve it.
You want to try and get him playing a shot?
Sounds like you've been in the dramas a little bit, Zahid. Rahul Huda is going to take over the bowling now from the clubhouse end. Down the leg side first up. It's going to be some freebies straight out of the gate. Three to the total. 9. Pushes for 1. The partnership continues to build. That's the thing, even when you've got some key players out, when you're in a winning culture and winning becomes a habit, and those other players around start to believe that they can do it on their own. Hyder, a bit of a thick outside edge, but falls safely for a single. Good pressure there from Capitals to prevent any run. Rahman waits for it. Punches through the offside. Got to say the ground fielding's been really good in the outfield today. Been too many unearned boundaries. Just ticking at the moment with a minimum of risk, aren't they? Whereas Rahman in the air, goes down. Perilously close to the fielder. So living slightly dangerously, I suppose. 2 to finish the over. And Werris after 7, 76 for 2. As a look at some of the social club coming in and enjoying their afternoon. Love to see it, don't you? Cascais, as good a host as ever. I think she's just saying, I'd like a tall one, thanks. Well, she's got a good selection there. Lovely place to watch cricket from there on the deck, which is a fairly recent thing at the SCG. Last over from Huda was the first over without a boundary in the innings, but with those 3 wides he gave away, it still went for 9. Sunil Kumar Patel to grab the ball now. First one went close to a wide. Wait for the signal. Yeah, he calls it a bye. I think it just dropped in. So change of pace now with Sunil Kumar Patel coming into the attack. It's been good through point, has Naeem, but can't beat the field this time. Going right back, Lisbon Capitals a few years ago were called the Wild Panthers before they came a bit more corporate. Down the leg side, pretty well kept by Dar. But another one to the total. Full toss. Rahman is going to sweep it behind square for 4. Not a good ball from Sunil Kumar Patel. Well put away. The 2 former friendship players building a pretty good partnership that went past 50 moments ago. Now worth 58 in 5 overs. Look at the amount of balls there, 981. Will we get, I think by the end of the day, we should have 982,000. We are getting so close to 1 million balls on ECN. Rahman drags this leg side. Only a single though. Checks his shot there. Good option from Hyder rather than to go through with it because he slightly misjudged it. Was beaten in the flight. Into the 8th over. Whereas 83 for 2. Huda will come back for a second over. His first one went for 9. Didn't get hit to a boundary. I guess that one just to leave Rahman a little bit. Rahman raced to 35. Huda certainly taking the pace off the ball. It's good running from Wurris as well. Shanto, rightly so, attacking the ball, trying to prevent the 2, but in that he fumbles and allows it easily. Still haven't seen a 5th bowler for the Caps. Goes a bit straighter. Hyder takes it on. elevates and gets the contact. Maximo. Huda invites that swipe over the leg side, and Ida for a second was a bit concerned, I think, about the fielder, but in the end you can see he made it fairly easily. 6 runs to the total. Now worked away. Again, good running from Awaris. Little things they do well. And the throw slipped out of the fielder's hands. They get an easy 2. Hello to John Gray. How great to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying your weekend. Early step to off, hoping for the leg side. Ida well settled for the single. And now actually has his highest score on ECN with 38 and counting. 9 overs into this first innings, whereas 95 for 2. So Kumar Patel to continue out. That's big shots there. It's Vicky, who's acting captain today. Yeah, no Rupu in the side, no Greenshield in the side. Certainly sending a few not so subtle messages. Wow, it's top edge, but nobody in that area. So it runs around, runs back towards the outfield for a couple. Samath Patel does the fielding. John Gray saying, always great to see the Swans in action. Yeah, big Awaris supporter. More free runs. Two wides down the leg side. Hyder takes it on. He's found the fielder though, and he's gone. Wow, a bit of a wasteful shot, really. No need for it at this stage. I think they'll have a drink after this as well. If I was going to hit that, had a huge gap straight down the ground. He was late on it. Nicely taken down there as well by Dinesh Siddiqui, who's got a very good pair of hands. And so Hyder will have to wait for his first ECN half century. He's out for 39. And it's 100 for 3. And Daria will be the new batter. Got to say, though, all those 3 wickets that Awaris have lost, I think they've basically thrown them away. Well, the players will take a quick drink. I will as well. Be back in a few moments. 100 for 3, Awaris in the 10th over. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN. Back very shortly. Back to the action then. Let's get ready for the start of Arav Andaria's innings. Sunakumar Patel, a successful bowler. Arav, test out Danish. Once the 2, that's good pressure. It's going to be tough to get a run up from the outfield if the batters take off straight away. It's bad ball. Sure, it has to be a no ball. It's going to be 6, but wow, if this isn't a no ball, I have to explain. Look at that. That's it's too high. Tries to throw it away despite having already caught it and landed over the line, and then threw it over the line anyway. But certainly can't accuse the umpire's bias. End of the 10th. 108 for 3. They won't take a drinks break now as they had it during that 10th over when the wicket fell. Shanto Khan will be the new bowler. So, Shanto, a couple of good catches earlier. No ball called. Oh, actually, not a no ball. No, Buck's done here. He's just changed his mind. Thought he spotted something and then he unspotted it. So just a single there. Shows if you got out thinking you heard a no ball call, you wouldn't be too happy. Maybe he thought the back foot was too wide, but the return crease is the wider one. Pulls out of the throw here, just the fielder, and then blames everyone else. Not a good ball from Shanto down the leg side. Amidar can't make the stop. In fact, that's going to be a minimo. Not the kind of charity that the top team need. He actually called that bias originally, but I'm sure that'll be changed to wides. Long days out there for the umps. Yeah, there we go. Do a great job, I'm going to say as well. Standard in Portugal has gone through the roof of umpiring and officiating the last few years, and just organisation as well. Rahman, I want to stick around for a while. Moves to 42 now. Shanto just seems to have settled into a rhythm now. Five wides really has ruined this over. The rest of it's been pretty good. Andaria wants a bit down the ground as well. But he'll just have to settle for a single. Hola, Monica. Nice to see you watching from Colombia as well. Last ball of the 11th over. Slides one past the outside edge. Pretty good over from Shanto. Minimo aside. Goes for 9, and after 11 overs, we're at 117 for 3. So we're still in pretty good shape. 213 pace at the moment. 7 wickets in hand. Sunil Kumar Patel continues. Andaria up to 11. Naim Rahman now. He's going to slog sweep this. And he hits it very well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo. Naim Rahman, 48, knocking on the door of a half century. Made good contact. Got the gap as well. So that extra little bit of insurance. Oh, he wants another one. This time he's picked out the fielder. He's dropped. Well, Naim couldn't believe it. He'd almost turned around and walked back to the pavilion. But he took the bait, and the difference is in the placement. Straight away, he's like, what have I done? But in and out, and that could be a big moment in the game. Naim's dropped on 48. Andaria goes down the ground, and he will get a Maximo. Just creeps over the line in the end. So Sunil Kumar Patel has a wound opened and salt rubbed in. This is always going to be 4. It's just a matter of whether it carried for 6, and it did, as Krup Patel signals expertly. 1-6-1-6 with a drop catch. Third ball to the over. Andrea pushes, hustles through for a tight single. Oh, this is going to be gone. In fact, Rahman walks. He got lucky on 48, not so lucky on 49. Clever bowling by Sunil Kumar Patel. He pushed it through a little bit quicker. Naim was late on this. He's played this shot well in the innings, but credit to Naim, who was the first to walk there. Didn't even wait for the umpire's decision. So a bright innings from Naim Rahman, but he falls at an inopportune moment. Well caught behind by Amidara as well, as Sunil takes his second wicket. And after 12 overs, Warish are 132 for 4. So Vicky Charlton, the acting skipper for Warish, comes to the crease. You can tell from his profile picture he knows exactly who he's playing for. Oh dear. Shanto gets it very wrong. First up, this could be another minimo. It will be. Oh, well, I mean, we're a good side. You don't want to be giving them extra runs. It's the second time Shanto's given up the minimo. That's 10 runs for free. Amir-Dar not able to get down the leg side in time. Just watching Amir-Dar wait for Andrea to take a step out of his crease. He never did, but such a keeper thing to do. John Gray, you're right. No, did score at a reasonable rate. Yeah, I'm set to get out, though, at that point. Another ball that's well down the leg side. Andrea elevates and smacks it out of the ground. Maximo. Yeah, the Minimo and the Maximo. But not a good ball once again from Shanto. You can't be getting that far outside the leg stump. Not going to have a good result. Wayne, just saw your message about the other chat you're in. What a great tactic. Let's put the link in this chat, Wayne. Maybe I'll do the same. Much better from Shanto, line-wise this time. Chowan pushes, looks for a run, doesn't get one. Another ball pushed into the offside. This time, Chowan will get off the mark. Well, Chowan is going to watch because Andrea's in trouble. In fact, he's going to be gone. Another wicket off for Sky and ball. Whereas just keep shooting themselves in the foot. Every time they get batted set, Andrea wasn't in a great position to pull that away. Now he'll be out for 25. Nice catch by Samarth Patel. And after 13 overs, Warish 145 for 5. So Shanto, he'll be the first to admit, hasn't really had too much consistency. But if you ask the question correctly for long enough, then they might just give you a chance, this Warish middle order. 145 for 5. Here comes Lakshan Wirakun. Lucky, as he's known, and he's on his back. He's been doing a great job for the Mini Blue Crew recently. Pushing buttons and bringing you the coverage. It's nice to see him out there. Lucky's played quite a bit on ECN now. I don't always see him because he's quite busy behind the scenes. But he can give the ball a whack. Sunil continues. Yeah, Lakshan actually has a high score of 75, not out on that work. That's when he was back playing for Coimbra Knights in early 2025. Takes it on straight away. Doesn't really make the contact. Vicky goes leg side. This one will find the gap. This one will find the boundary. Brings up 150 now for Oeras. Again, placement so important.
After 14. Anything above 180.
Sinil able to beat the bat this time. Up in the air. This is going to be a good catch. Challen goes now. Looks down at the bat. Wasn't out of the middle. Sunil Kumar Patel's done it again. He'll finish with 3 wickets in the end. Tries to go fetch that one from outside the off stump. And then straight away he's in a bit of trouble. Sadiqi's good fielder. Doesn't drop too many at all. He's in the hot spot down the ground. So Oeras just losing a bit of steam here. 151 for 6. As this will be Taj Muhammad getting about at number 8. Taj isn't necessarily known too much for his batting, but he can hit the occasional. Six overs to go. And Oeras 151 for 6. So here's Taj. Not facing at the moment because Lucky Urakun's on strike. First one from Rahul Huda. Breaks for a wide. Played away for a couple by Lucky Urakun. Well bowled by Huda. Just gets it outside the off stump. Knows that Urakun likes to drag. Another good one. And taking those wickets has certainly given Caps a fighting chance here. It's hard to see Oeras scoring that 200 plus with 6 down now. In the air momentarily, but kept in the infield. Another good one. Jeez, he's got on a string at the moment, Rahul Huda. Good over that from Huda. $154 for 6. Great over that one from Huda, though. It's 2, then the 5 dots. So, Shanto Khan switched around to the top end with his left arm spin. Taj gets off the mark. Wants 2, we'll get 2. It's a good test for lower order here of Whereas to see if they can still get them around that 200. Uh-oh. No, Taj completely mishits this and he's going to be dropped well. You wouldn't believe it. Denise Siddiqui is such a good fielder. I suppose that one was a bit of an up and under job. Look how high it went. And he actually did well to get in, but just needed to go one more step. So it drops on him, end of the fingers. Taj gets super lucky. Lucky tries to hoik over. Take me wicket, misses. Lucky at least gets off strike, breaks that run of dot balls. Still to come for Warash, Khalid Usman, Josh Winter and Krishna Nupane. So still a bit of batting to come there. Oh, Taj. He's a card-carrying tail ender, let's be honest, and he wants to attack at all costs. That's just the way he is. Bit of a throwback, really. Balls thunderbolts, Taj Muhammad. By the way, Shanto just kind of sticks to his game. Done a good job just keeping things quiet. It's one thing to lose 6 wickets, but another thing when you look at the way they've lost these 6 wickets, Whereas have all been caught. They've all basically given their wickets up. Naiman Rahman was caught behind. Can't do much about that, but he was dropped in the outfield the ball before. End of the 16th over, Whereas 158 for 6. Here's Rahul Huda. Really good last over. Had Wirrakun in all sorts. Little top edge pops up. And then leg spins away from the 2 fielders. Now Huda's just got these little, what would you call them? They're like doorknob leg spinners where he rolls all out the left of his hand. Been causing problems for Lucky. Anyway, Taj, see what his approach is. I'm going to guess aggressive. In the air. Doesn't quite carry. 4 overs to go, 4 wickets in hand though, so you've got to attack, got to try and push that score. Now he gets one on his legs. Just pokes at it. Siddiqui's been busy. Keeps it to a single.
That's good experience. That's what you earn. It's not always about money.
Right now I'm keeping track of Shoban's semi-final in Czechia as well. I suppose I want him to win, but if he didn't win, then he'd be more available for commentary, so I don't really know what to go for. Lucky gets one that he can go after. Oh, well. Tortuga time. Probably over-attacked because Siddiqui ends up in a spot where he's kind of a slave to the bounce. I suppose if he'd stayed further back, maybe he had time to react to it, but bit of luck for the Swans. They'll catch the 4. Yeah, so Shoban's team scored 195. They've got the other team 133 for 6. Another good bit of bowling there from Huda. Goes for 6 in the over. 3 overs remaining, whereas 164 for 6. So Prague Dominators chasing Shoban's side. Prague Spartans 195. 133 for 6. They need 63 runs off 28 balls. All right, Shanto's going to get his 4th over here. Mishandled by Dar. There's a small chance for stumping if he took it. The heel had been raised. Taj goes for it again. Siddiqui, he's set. He will take the catch. Or don't give him a second look. Doesn't cost him too much in the end. Once again, we see a sky ball resulting in a catch. You don't often see it. 7 catches in the innings. $164 for 7. Here's Josh Winter. Impressed in the 2s and has worked his way up into the 1s now. That was decent with the bat as well this season. In the 1s, doesn't bat quite as high, obviously. Josh off the mark with a single. Lucky's after him now as well. This will drop safely. Come back for a pretty easy 2. Better shot this time, technically. Knocks it out for 1. Josh is looking for 2. Lucky not particularly interested. Winter works a single. He'll get the strike. Lisbon Capital's resurgence continues as they keep it down to 5 off the over. And after 18, Werris, 169 for 7. There's Miggy. Probably wondering why he's getting targeted on the camera. Let's see where he's going. Maybe he needs a bit of private time. Let's have a look. Guess we'll never know. Oh, don't you love to see it? 2 furry animals together. Lovely. I just want to know which one sleeps in the box. Good mow going on as well, I'm going to say. Whiskers all round. Winter should be gone, is gone. So Naeem comes on and takes a wicket very first ball. Mark Naeem's only going to get it this 1 over in the 19th. Winter never really put the weight into that shot. And the fielder was barely having to move a muscle. Dhaval Kumar takes the catch. And in the 19th over, where it's now 169 for 8. So, Khalid Usman gets about pretty low for him, actually. I thought he could have batted a bit higher, but fair enough. Usman gets off the mark with a single. I like that from Monty Luke's. Winter is going. Yeah, he was. Probably seen with the ball in the second half. Still a leg glance this time from Wirakun. That'll run away for a boundary. So this is a good example of one that was already in his zone. So he was able to just turn on it. Nicely done. Got the bat out in front. Pretty clean contact. Nine balls to go if they can get that far, the Swans. Wirakun gets a no ball, actually. And it'll run away almost to the boundary. Lucky's happy with the 2. Must have been a front foot no ball. It was called straight away. Oh, let's say it's back foot no ball. Let's go to the foot before. Yeah, it's a good call. What excellent work that is from Path to spot that. So, yeah, just getting too wide. Free hit then. For lucky. You want to pop it out of the ground. Clips it away. Makes decent contact. Right into the gap. And it's going to sneak away for 4. Had the immunity cloak, so I wasn't worried about getting caught. But yeah, pretty poor effort in the end from the Capitals not to keep that in the field of play. Now goes over cover. Pretty good shot as well. So, I mean, they're battling, aren't they, the Swans? A bit of a fight back towards the end. Can't get the strike where it could. With a decent over, though. Ends up bringing 14 to the total. And last over to come. And the Swans 183 for 8. First time we've seen back-to-back boundaries in an over, or 2 boundaries in an over, since over number 12. Well, looking like 190s, but we'll see. Again, we're slightly undermanned today, but I think they're reasonably happy with where they're at in the game. Shader Rahman still has an over in the tank. He's going to bowl in the 20th. Took none for 28 earlier on. Let's roll. Last over. Called wide. Touch and go. Could they touch the 200 still? Usman will be hoping he can make a bit of a difference. Not very well thought out supercharge down the wicket. He went keen to run to the keeper. Not just yet. I don't think I'm charging Rahman. If anything, I'm going back and deflecting. Well, this one's not going too far. It'll be run out. You can understand them going on contact there. Wirrakun had a good moment in the last over. Probably not too thrilled about it, but you can also understand his last over. And as soon as that ball was hit, Usman was thinking, right, we've got to swap ends. It just happened to be that it went straight to the keeper. Lucky, to be fair, he ran all the way, and that's how close he got. Not very close. I suppose what that does do is it breaks the perfect run of 8 catches. So we won't have 10 catches. We are down to the last wicket, though. Nupane. Just got to bat out the time now, don't you? Take 4 singles and come out and try and defend it. That's a pretty good shot. Your partner better than your average number 11. All right. Khalid, after putting Lucky on the barbecue and feeding a large crowd. See what his strategy is to Shah Rahman after a miss and a bit of soft contact. Gets a piece. Well, they want 2 hit. Nipane does. I think that's good running. Really good running. $187 now. Good contact there. Happy 4. What a shot from Usman. Shows you just stand still. Keep it simple. Rahman, not the worst ball, but it's kind of in the slot, isn't it, at this stage? Wasn't a bounce, it wasn't a York, it was in between. And a good shot from Usman. Takes Werris into the 190s. Certainly, I think the happier of the 2 teams, the Swans, as we approach the halfway point of match 44. Here's the last ball of the first innings. Little edge, that'll fly away. Samarth Patel grabs it. Thinking of a second, but in the end, they're happy with the 1. So we're just going to finish 192 for 9 off the 20 overs. Nobody able to make 50 for the Swans, but Naeem Rahman went pretty close, making 49 off 27. Significant contributions as well from Badrul Haider, 39 opening up, 25 from Andaria, and Lakshman Wirakun with 24 before he got run out in the last over. Bowling-wise, Sunil Kumar Patel with 3 wickets, 2 each for Samarth Patel and Shanto Khan. McNam chipped in with 1 wicket when he bowled the 19th over. So 193 will be the victory target for the Caps. A challenging one, but certainly one that they would feel is within the realms of possibility. Swans fighting their way to 192, and they'll get the chance to defend that when we return. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. More action the other side of this break. From Portugal, you're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back as we get ready for the second half of match number 44 in the Portuguese League Division 1. Awaris, 192 for 9 after winning the toss and electing to bat in this match against the Lisbon Capitals. We're a slightly different looking side from the one we're accustomed to. No Green Shields in there, no Rupu in there. Today they're led by Vicky Chow, and Azarandani will be behind the stumps. Lisbon Capitals, well, I suppose they'll feel they're near enough if they're good enough. They have won 4 out of their last 5 games after a horror start to the season that saw them lose their first 5 before that. Last time out, we saw them chasing successfully against Punjab CC Amadora, chasing 155. But with 7 overs to spare, they certainly were going at a good pace on that occasion. Basically, kind of to a ball pace against a very good side. So, the Capitals will turn to Danish Siddiqui at the top and Shanto Khan to get them off to a good start. Taj Muhammad is going to run in with his right arm express. How about those figures? 4 for 2. He took just 2 overs a couple of weeks ago. Oh, actually, sorry, that 4 for 2 is back in 2022. But he has been taking wickets in the league as well. Here we go. 193 to win for the Caps. Pretty good ball first up. Outside edge flies away. We have our first run. Whereas have been the most economical side in the competition this year, only conceding 141 on average. Ahead of Marlow, conceding 147, next best. Shanto jams down on this one. Whereas aside, I mentioned it earlier, they have been winning. And so when you're winning, even if you lose a couple of key players, I suppose you're in the habit of winning. You have that confidence in each other. Probably don't have that aura about your opposition either. I feel like there's really nothing to be frightened about. Nice bit of fielding here. Chowan, who's leading the side today. Opens the face this time, Danish. Doesn't get a run. A quiet start so far. That is very early. Called a wide. In fact, he gets away from Andani behind the stumps. So I'll get an extra as well. Right, up in the air. Can anyone get there? They should. Chowan to his left takes the catch. Excellent bit of fielding. Taj Muhammad has a wicket in his very first over. Shanto trying to take him on down the ground. That's never going to be easy. And Vicky Chowan took an excellent catch running to his left. Excellent work. Well judged. In the wind and with the sun, always a factor. Amir Dar comes out at 3. Keeps his first one out into the over. And it's 4 for 1 after one. Got over that from Taj Muhammad. Chan will give himself the new ball after taking that good catch in the first over. Siddiqui and Amir Dar, pretty important if the Capitals are going to get anywhere near this target of 193. First one slides across the right hander. Siddiqui plays down the wrong line. Chowan using that cross angle to his advantage. Chowan again, this time over the top. And Siddiqui will have his first boundary. Badly needed one for the Capitals as well. Just went with the angle. They didn't fight it. Another one that goes across Siddiqui and he can't catch up with it. Just did a good job keeping the brakes on despite that one boundary. Chowan is locked into that channel at the moment. just can't really deal with this spell from Vicky at the moment, despite getting one out of the middle. This is a rhythmic acceleration from Chowan. That'll take us down to the second over. It's 8-1. So, needing boundaries, they get one here. Turns on it. It's a fraction short from Taj Mohammed. Can Amir get something going? Come back from Taj. Fraction short this time. Dar can't time up the pull shot. Hooked away this time. That'll be another boundary. So maybe Amir Dar's the man that can get the Caps back in this contest. Let's see, Taj just got a fraction fuller here. Maybe bring the stumps into play. Amir gets this one through the field, slightly mishandled there. And a backward point. Come back for two. The best over so far for the Capitals here. 10 off it with the ball to go. Let's go a little bit fuller. Turns it away. Another couple to the total takes us to the end of the third over. And the score is 20-1. Well fielded out there by Miguel Stoneman, but he couldn't quite prevent the second run. Vicky, not pretty well on the first over. Just went for 4, but also had a bunch of dot balls in there. Continues his battle with Danish Siddiqui. Capitals basically want to be shooting around that 10 and over rate. Crashing into the pad, going well down the leg side. Oh, for this. It was off the bat, I think. This is a drop catch. And Darney behind the stumps. Just drifted on him. He got done by the angle. But this is a regulation caught behind, really. Didn't get off his feet. Just took a couple of steps across. But it is a position that sometimes they're found a little bit wanting. That specialist keeper. For worse. Really challenged. Should have had his man there. Amir Dar survives. This one's okay for width. Is it okay for height? It is. Right in the top corner, according to the umpires. Another edge, this one's well wide of the keeper, and they'll run away. It'll get past the fielder for 4. So Siddiqui living dangerously. He's had a tough initiation. And he survived the opening exchanges. Chowan pulls another good over. Should have had a wicket. Will take us to the end of the 4th with the Capitals 26 for 1. Required rate quietly's crept over 10 and over. Started at 9.65. Taj Muhammad will get a 3rd over here. Pitched up. Dar goes after it, but he skied it, and he's going to be caught. Wintap will take the catch in the end. Difference of opinion about whose that was. Looks like there were calls coming from everywhere, but Dar's the one who's going to have to depart. Again, better length here from Taj. He draws him forward. He asks the right question. Chown to his left and Winter to his right come together. But I suppose in the end, maybe the extra height did it. Certainly got up there. Chown not happy, but in another way is happy because at least it was taken. Amir Dar was dropped in the previous over, but now has to go for 13. And Lisbon Capitals 26 for 2. New batter out there, Sunil Kumar Patel. Bit short. Sunil jumps on it. That's going to fly and it's going to beat the fielder. Best effort from Andaria down there. But yeah, once again, Taj just getting a little bit too short, paying the price. Sunil pushes. We get one to Winter. Taj searching for that third wicket. I suppose he's done his job. He's created a couple of chances that have been taken. Taj wants that third one, doesn't he? Not so sure he'll get another one for now. It'd be handy to have one in the back pocket. But anyway, end of the fifth over, 32 for 2. Last over of the power play coming up. Josh Winter to get a bowl here in the sixth last over the power play coming up. Doesn't quite get it right the first time around. Wow, is this taking some of the glove? It has. Al Siddiqui, he was put down a little bit earlier. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Was it just, I mean, the thing is, if it hasn't hit, if it's hit something, I don't think it could be anything but the glove or the face of the bat. It looks away from the body there for me. It might have just brushed the glove on the way through. Just fending at the ball. So certainly not the greatest piece of bowling from Winter, but it'll do the job. Siddiqui out for 10. And it's 32 for 3. Fortunate one for Awaris as McNayem comes to the crease. Number 5. Leg decision to go, but geez, if that had hit direct, it would have been out by a mile, and even a better throw to the keeper might have been out as well. Oh, tries it again. This time will be called a wide. Yeah, John just debating whether it's worth bowling Taj again. I don't think they will. One seemed to slide off the pad. And that's what Bucks is saying there. No, not going to get it this time. Yeah, just keeping it on the chat. I'm talking about which player you're talking about in there. Taking the day off. You're talking about Conrad. He's got a wrist injury, which is keeping him out today. Sunil leans back and carves this one behind point for 4. It's a nice shot. And watches it, uses the angle across, goes with it, finds the boundary. Monty Luce has got a question about the nets, or maybe at the end of this over, maybe Conrad can give us a close-up of the nets, if you can see the nets from the camera position. A few questions about whether the nets have been upgraded. Off the pad this time. Once again, this will be a leg bye to finish the over. End of the power play. Lisbon Capitals, 39 for 3. Monty's missing Conrad in the chat. Well, we've got him on the camera with his good wrist. But yeah, there are some really good practice facilities there at the SCG. Don't always have nets. Some countries don't have nets, in fact. So it's really great that the players are able to train as well if they wish. And Johnny complimenting Conrad's camera work. Yeah, I agree. So now Khalid Usman is going to bowl. There's the nets. Looking good as always. That's a little bit angular. But yeah, there's a good facility down there. And of course, you've got the corner of the ground nearby, so you can do some fielding as well. Well done, Conrad. You deserve all the compliments. Here's Usman. Nice little sweep first up. Somehow gets through the field. He shouldn't have. Krishna jumps back on it, keeps it to 2. Full toss this time. Sunil knocks it out, but can't get the power he was after. Nice looking shot this time from Naeem. We're out of the power play now, so 5 outfielders available for the acting Swan skipper, Vicky Chowan. Well, it's a little bit loose, though, from the Swans. They'll give up another overthrow here. Usman gets driven, testing the outfielder once again. Oh, he might have done something here. Uh-oh. Badrul Haider might have pinged a hammy. Hopefully it's just cramp, but you can tell there's something wrong there straight away. The thing is, he hasn't been out there that long, which is where you wouldn't expect it necessarily to be cramp. And he's saying, no, don't do that. I think this could be quite a serious injury. I hate to see it. They've got a replay of Badrul trying to run around the boundary, but you can see there was a moment, I think it just went. You can understand cramp if it's later in the day, there's a fatigue factor, but you wouldn't expect it so early in the innings. He hasn't been bowling or anything like that. $11 and over required now. Yeah, even when you could see there was some suggestion they should stretch that, he was pretty quick to say, no, I don't think so. Hey, and take it from someone who has done a hamstring this year and a quad. That sometimes you just know. It's like you feel a little, sometimes not even little, but you feel a little kind of ping. A little bit of an internal clicky ponting, so to speak. Carlo saying LCA for Lisbon Capitals. Little cautious, actually. Yeah, true. Maybe. Anyway, give you an update as soon as we can on Badrul Haider. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, especially with finals just a few weeks away in Division 1. Bit of turn there for Khalid Usman. Well, Dr. Butchie's given me the update that it's just cramp. Yeah, so I suppose that is good news for Haider. That's all it is. Nice bit of bowling. Pushes it out, turns it back in. And that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. You can see the turn and bounce that Usman gets there. End of the 7th over then. 47 for 3. So look at the deck and the scoreboard. That's Shahid Rahman doing a bit of work. Yeah. Flashing the thumbs up. The Capitals heartthrob doing one job, and the Werris heartthrob Josh Winter to do the next as he'll continue from the club room's end. Monty saying, thanks, Doc. Thanks, Dr. Butchie. He's given the diagnosis. $11.2. The asking rate. Don't leave the run too late, the Capitals. Kind of need one or two of their batters to really make a big score and boss this chase if they're to have a chance. Josh Winter picked up a wicket. He'll strangle down the leg side. They're not exactly rushing through their overs here. Swans, maybe something they need to work on a little bit. Naeem's after him, goes over the top of the offside. That'll get to the boundary. Brings up the 50 as well for the Lisbon Capitals. Nice shot, goes with the angle. Winter. With good pedigree, of course, is Father Andrew Winter. We've got Mr. Evergreen. Does that mean we call Josh Winter the Leaf? Keep an eye on that required rate. Oh, something's happened. Potential injury here. What's going on? Naeem's having a word to Bucks. Bucks is going for a walk. What's all this about then? Top run scorer in the competition. Connor Greenshield's not available today for Whereas top wicket taker Rahul Huda from the Capitals. Now, we saw him in the first innings doing a pretty good job as well. Didn't take a wicket though on this occasion. Finished none for 30. Certainly bowled some tight overs. Right in the block hole. Sunil digs it out for a single. Bit of a loose stroke there from Naeem. Chops it onto his body. Have a look at the balls. That's what I'm looking at. 981,665. And we're doing about 500 balls a day on average. Sometimes multiple tournaments. I've got a feeling it'll go down. How many more overs is that? About 18,000 more overs. Right, that's up in the air, and that's going to be gone. As Winter gets his second, Sunil Kumar Patel. Sinking that in the middle, came out off the outside half of the bat, and the ball flew away for a catch. This one was a bit more convincing. Well, you know what they say, the leaf doesn't fall far from the tree. Ricky Charm with a simple catch, his second of the innings. And after 8 overs, Capitals in big trouble now, 54 for 4. Okay, so it was 18,000 balls to go, of course. So about 3,000 overs. So I'm going to make my prediction. Yeah. I'm going to make my prediction. How long before, when are we going to get the millionth ball? Right, it's time for me to go to work. Winter, 2 for 12 of 2 overs. Great guns from the young gun. 54 for 4 after 8. So we'll make a change with Samarth Patel coming to the crease. It'll be Usman to continue. So 3,000 overs, hey? How are we going to get 3,000 overs? Oh, in the end, another one. Would you believe it? Naeem's gone now, and Usman's got a wicket, and Capitals are in even bigger trouble than they were a moment ago. Usman gets that aerial push off the bat foot from Naeem, and a simple catch taken as well. Threw it away. Lucky Wirrakun in there, a short cover. Does the rest. So 2 wickets and 2 balls, and Caps now 54 for 5. All right, so if it's 3,000 overs from tomorrow, now we'd have on average 80 overs there. I'm going to have to start writing this down. All right. My pen and paper. So you've got Estonia there for, let's say, Monday to Friday, 80 overs, that's 400, leaving 2,600. Might take me a while here. This might do it all in my head. Arinda Rana comes out with the bat. had it a bit higher, I suppose, but maybe a bit lucky to get away with the first one. Runner off the mark. Okay, so I've worked out that over the next week, of course, sometimes you have early finishes, so not all the balls don't get bowled. Also, I think no balls do count as balls. Not sure about if wides count as balls for that statistic. So I'm doing an estimation. I'm basically estimating how many balls get bowled in a day. So it is true that sometimes with no balls and wides, you get 7 balls and over, but also you do get early finishes. So I'm going to say they kind of even out. So over the next week, look at the amazing agility there of Lucky. We should have 780 overs, which will basically leave 22-20. It was hard work, actually. All right. Then we go to Belgium. Now, I'm pretty sure Belgium is 5 games a day. Let me double check that. But we're going to go to Belgium after Estonia, and we go to 5 games a day. Hold that thought. This was man. Samath goes aerial. He's found the field. He's dropped him. Oh, well, Josh Winter just faded on him a little bit to his left. He's left-handed, and it just popped straight out. Never really got set under that. All right, so end of the 9th over, 58 for 5. Here's the social club. They're enjoying themselves. Best seats in the house. Good looking crowd. Okay, so the upcoming week, I think we'll have 780 overs. The next week, we'll have 720 overs on average. Okay. And then, so that will leave exactly 1,500 overs. And actually, the next week's the same. All right, so that kind of takes us to the end of August. And I still think we'll be a bit short. Probably 780 overs short. Getting there. Winter took that stinger on the fingers last over. He's going to grab the ball and bowl his 3rd over. See if we can make up for it. Okay, the following week, I think there'll be 660 overs, which means we'll be down to 120, which means I think that we will achieve the 1,000th ball around, wait for it, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say, you can quote me on this, it'll be the 8th or 9th of September that I think we'll get our 1,000th ball. Peace, man. Good-looking dudes in this competition. It's Naeem coming off his 49. So there we go. That's Mr. Maximo's calculations. Full toss. Rana tries to bang it, but he skies it just out of the grasp of the fielder. Rahman, who was looking cool a moment ago, but had that one blown away from him. Okay, so that's my calculation. And I know it's
you don't know because there might be washouts. Hopefully not, because we haven't had rain for what seems like forever, which is good for cricket. So I'll go out on a limb and I'll say it'll be during the week of the 7th of September. The week starting the 7th of September. And we're in Belgium, Vassland that week for a European cricket series. And we've got the Division 1 finals that weekend in Portugal. Rana tests out the fielder. Miguel Stoneman is a very good fielder. Fires in the return. So there we go. Let's keep an eye on it then. I'm not sure what that was. I heard that in the effects mic as well. Smarth Patel pushes. More work for Miggy. Pick up throw. Well done to Smarth Patel though. Beats the throw out. A lot to do though for Lisbon Capitals in the second half of this game. M week. Yeah, million week. I agree. Let's call it M week. The week 27 of the season, week 37 of the year. Smarth Patel finds the fielder. This time it will be taken. We have third wicket for Winter. And Lisbon Capitals, they are staring down the barrel now. 6 wicket has fallen on the stroke of halfway in this innings. And it's 64 for 6. Nice catch as well. Andaria in there. Deep mid-wicket. Barely had to move. Made no mistake. 3 for 18 for Josh Winter. And after 10 overs, the score is 64 for 6. Well, with that, the players will have a quick drink. So we'll take a quick break here as well. Crunch a few more numbers and back shortly with more cricket with Lisbon Capitals requiring 129 of the final 10. Pretty sad of him, Mr. Maximo. Live from Portugal, you're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly on ECN. So, back to the action. Khalid Usman to bowl over number 11. It's Rana on strike. Swing and miss first up, and Dani thrown into the keeping spot today. Gathers it. New batter out there is Rahul Huda. Ooh. Another one sneaks past. Takes a chance there, does Rana, but he makes good contact. If he misses it, I think he's plumb LBW, but he didn't miss it. Hit it well. They need to take a few chances, don't they, to have any hope here, Lisbon Capitals. Yeah, John Gray, exactly my thoughts. Big problem for Capitals is trying to accelerate, considering they've lost 6 wickets. Rana's a naturally attacking player, though. He's going to get another boundary here. So Usman maybe just getting a little bit straight, a little bit greedy, I think, to Narendra Rana. Rana puts him away. Here's the thing. Even if you gave Capitals unlimited overs, I still wouldn't think they're favourites. I think that even if this was basically like a test match kind of situation, you back the team that needs 4 wickets to take the last 4 wickets before the last team would put on 120 runs. So it would be a lot closer contest. Huda finds Winter, more specifically through his legs. So come back for 2. And that'll take us to the end of the 11th over. So, look, they get 11 off that. The asking rate's basically 13. And that's pretty much what they're going to have to look at from here on in. Oh, Paolo Campini's called it. He thinks this game is Gorne gone. Oh, well. I'd say with Rana there, he's the kind of guy that could whack a quick 50 or more. Whereas missing some key players, as we've mentioned a few times today. But they've got to make their move. They've got to make it pretty quickly. Krishna Nupane to bowl. This one's pulled straight at the fielder. They back themselves to back up, don't they, the Swans? Lucky firing at the stumps, but had the confidence backup fielder would make the stop. Keeping that pressure on the bats. And the 13 over required. How many can they get off this one? Northern was swinging down the leg side. Rana with a one-handed kind of jab. I think they've got to come for 2 there as well, given the game situation. I suppose Huda's got to play his part as well, batting number 8. Huda frees his arms and he absolutely smashes that. That's a good sign. I don't think that either one of these can win the game alone, but together maybe they've got a shot. You can see there from Huda, he's a good batter. I mean, he's much better, I think, than a regular number 8. He's a guy that we have seen in a Portuguese shirt before as well. Oh, well. Bit of indecision. I mean, Huda needs to be running there. Rana was keen for it. Fielder would have had to have contorted himself. They take off. I think because he stopped it. I suppose he intercepted it reasonably quickly. That's what spooked Huda out of the run. Huda's coming off runs as well. He scored 57 for the Capitals against the Fighters. We covered that game back on the 28th of June when we first started broadcasting the Liga Grizzly. Runner finds the fielder this time, so all things considered, a pretty good over for the Swans. Nupane only conceding 6. It's getting to do or die time now for the Capitals. They're 81 for 6 after 12. Monty's made his own super guess uncomputer, saying 4% chance. Probably about right for the Capitals at this stage. Calling him Robin Hooder. Oh, didn't think of that before. Khalid's going to bowl out. Huda works his leg side, looking confident. That'll be 4. Beginnings of something, perhaps. Nice shot. Can they get that big over that gets them feeling maybe this is possible? Whereas defend well. Like I said, they concede the fewest runs in the competition. Oh. What's the chat here? Back to the action. Well, Rana goes for it. He's in trouble. Comes around. Oh, well, never tries to take on the catch there. Taj Muhammad. More interested in saving the boundary. I suppose you can understand that, but felt it was within his grasp. That's a better line, I think. Although Hyder has been struggling with cramp, what he thinks is cramp, although I'm not a doctor. Don't think cramp's meant to be as persistent as that. Decides to use the ailing legs to make the stop. Huda takes him on down the ground, hits it well, 1 bounce 4. So, what's this over gone for? 12, I think? Almost 6. Maybe a couple of metres off it. Tyler shows a bit more energy jumping the fence than he did going after that catching opportunity a few balls ago. There's a wild slog inside edge, gets past Andani. Have a look at Usman here. He really wanted that second wicket. Have you got a replay of just the bowler? No, it's been called a bye. I thought there was a bit of an inside edge there, so absolutely lost his mind here. Has Usman. Gets past Andani. Did he fall or did he throw himself on the floor? Anyway, into the 13th over. And they get 13 off that. But here's the bad news. Now you need 14. And Parno's going to come back and bowl again. Can this partnership turn into a miracle match-winning partnership? Would I hope so. Advances, hits this one well. That's into another gap. That's another boundary. Would a fighting. Doesn't want to give up just yet. I like that from John as well, saying if they turn this around, it'll make it into the news. Huda lines. Bit of a stretch, but I'll pay it. I could go one further, John, and say that the Huda line would be in all capitals, if you get my drift. $100 up for the Capitals, but so much more to do. Requiring 93 off the last 39 balls. It's a good shot as well. Picks out the fielder though this time. Miguel Stoneman's a pretty good man to have on your side. Nice bit of outfielding. So this is what I'm talking about. Needing that 14 and over. You've got 7 off 4 balls. Need to get a boundary. Ideally right here. Runner on strike. Can't get it away and well knocked down by Nupane. So they will win the over again. Whereas, again, they've been good considering who's not in the side today, who's not available for selection. Rana drags it away to leg. They'll decide against the 2. Until now, well, he might have overcommitted here, Rana. Nupane wears it. Bit of chaos cricket to finish the 14th over. Capitals only get 8 off it, though. Not what they needed. 102 for 6. 6 overs remaining, 91 required for the Lisbon Capitals. So, Lucky's going to get a bowl here. Lakshamwira Kun. Not a good one first up, though, down the leg side. Good work by Andani to at least make the stop. Rana goes after him, and he'll get the result. Cuatro carreras. Once again, Lucky just getting a little bit too straight. I mean, if you've watched Rana so far, he's really trying to hit everything on the stumps of the leg side into the power zone. He'd be better off kind of trying to hunt that tram line outside the off stump, making Rana work a little bit harder. Wow, it's a little bit of a no-look, one-hand, nothing shot there. Rana trying to dab it around the corner. Oh, wow. He has literally swung himself off his feet. And it's going to get away, or gets away from Taj, but luckily he's got Miggy there for solidarity. He'll only get the one because he actually end up KOing himself. Six off the first half of the over. Still going a little bit too straight here. Lucky Wirakun, but good work by Stoneman. Saved a bunch of runs out there today. A reminder, we still have one game to go with Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gorka 11. That game starting in exactly 1 hour's time. Jab and run, but they need a bit more than that at the moment. The Lisbon Capitals, looking at where they are on the ladder, they are 7th. They have 3 games to go after this. Wouldn't be completely out of it. You need to get into 4th to be in the finals for Division 1, which becomes the National League when the top 4 are joined by the winner of the Northern League for the finals weekend on the 12th and 13th of September. Right now, the Nelson's up. Time to hop on one leg. 111 for 6 after 15. Vicky Chow to come back. Opened the bowling, bowled pretty well, I thought, as well. From this end, none for 9 off 2. He's still got 2 in the bank. $16 and over required now. Can they get that big over? Lisbon Capitals. Straight drive down the ground. Doesn't really get too much power. 1 run collected. Well bowled. Just trying to lay a bat on that run and hoping to make it fly. Capitals will be disappointed if they go down here. I would have felt this is a real opportunity for them. Once again, Chowan. It's been really good today with the ball. Just being very consistent. Look the way you kind of... Does he roll his fingers on that slightly? Yeah, it is. A slight cutter. But it's all about the line he's been bowling. That's beautifully captured there by Path. But it's that angle he's creating. And to be honest, no one's really been able to square him up. He got hit for 1 boundary early by Siddiqui, but had 5 dot balls in the over as well. Again, backing away to him probably isn't going to work. That one was straighter, but then Rana backs away and still gets beaten on his outside. It's good catches taken in this game as well. We've actually had 14 catches taken in the game. I don't often see that many. Does get some bat on this one, Rana. Despite being uber attacking, he's only going to run a ball. Swans have shut him down nicely. We're bowled. Yeah, we can get another slow-mo of that as well, because that was the even bigger one that actually breaks right to left. Beats Hooder. Yeah, let's have a look. Expert slow-mo. Zoom in. Look at that. Roll that fingers. Roll that index finger mainly down the left-hand side of the ball to create that spin. And it's a tough one for the right-hander to deal with. Well bowled by Chowan. Only goes for 2 in the over. It's pretty much lights out now for the Capitals. 16 overs down, 113 for 6. So, Lucky's going to get another over. It'll pop up, but this game's as good as done now. And Dani just ruffling the helmet back. An unnecessary break in play. I would like to see helmets be mandatory. Of course, in our ECN organised cricket, we do that now. And Monty enjoyed watching Vicky Chowan bowl. Yeah, it was excellent. And mixing up his kind of seam up with his cutters. I'll give you a video you can watch. I was watching a little bit of this in the last night, actually. I was actually watching the Ashes highlights from 1989 and also 1972. I'll try and find that one for you. And 89 was the first Ashes series I actually watched. But my old headmaster and coach, John Inverarity, was playing in the 72 Ashes. Which again, a bit before my time. Still go close to 4. I think it has just kissed the rope. A bit of human twister. I don't know if there's another kind of twister, but I think you're lucky to be too happy. If you get a chance, why don't you have a look at that? Then come back on the hour. All right, that's in the air and taken. And Hyder, who can't walk, but he can catch, luckily. He'll take that. And a good job. Just been too good, even though they're a bit undermanned today. Whereas Hyder, well, he knew he couldn't really use his feet to get there, so he used willpower. Rana could never really get going, could he? I hate to say it, probably better worse as the innings went on. He's out for 31. It's 117 for 7. Shader Rahman will get a late bat. So take your pick. I'm giving you the 1972 Ashes or the 1989. Catch some highlights. Enjoy. Upane will get a third over, but this game is as good as done, isn't it? Oh, Huda gives it a bit of welly. Excellent fielding, though. Tell you what, I want to rush to that bowler's end. Good throw there. Might have even had Huda short. But again, that's the defensive work that we've come to expect from this Awara side. They're on the top of the ladder. Team that have been to the ECL. We're there in 2023 after winning the Portuguese League. Rahman tries to hoik one. Doesn't connect. Yeah, so last game of the day should be a good one as well. With Punjab taking on Gorka. Punjab currently with a 6-4 record in third place. You've got Gorka, 4.5 wins out of 10 in sixth place. The two teams are certainly in the mix for finals, but with games running out, every game's important. Top 4 making it through to finals for Division 1 on the 12th and 13th of September, where they'll be joined by the Northern Portuguese champions. Little inside edge bounces before Andani sneaks past. That'll go to the boundary once it goes downhill. It's very hard to pull back. But again, you can see just kind of the way he dances. He's dancing with leg side. Has to reach for it. Tough one for Andani. Looks easy in slow-mo, of course. This edge is going to find the fielder on the bounce. Oh, and then a bit more human twister. As Nupana can't negotiate the figure of Rahman. And they were pretty happy to take the overthrow. Probably not going to make a big difference at this stage. This will put Werris a game and a half clear on the top of the ladder. Well, that looks out. There's no bat in it, but there was bat in it. So, lucky for Rahman. Unlucky for Nupane. Remains wicketless. End of the 18th over. 124 for 7. It says Werris and Marlow are the 2 teams most likely to take the top 2, which means you do get the double chance on the finals weekend. And then you've kind of got Punjab CC Amadora, who are a little bit clear of a team of basically 4. I don't think fighters are going to make it, but you've got Werewolves, Supergiants, Gorka, and Capitals in 4, 5, 6, and 7. To me, it seems like they're competing for one spot. Huda gives it a crack out to deep mid wicket. And that carry, Chance had a really good day as captain today. This one was always a bit too quick to spot, and yeah, it does go to hand. Not an easy one, but I suppose if you are going to drop one, now's the time. Lucky won't be too happy though. Could have had a second wicket. Uh-oh. Wide and gets past Andani. It's actually a really good view of what the keeper sees, which is not much. Once that ball's lost in the batter, a natural keeper would probably move that left foot. He never did. Andani's a decent fielder. He's not really a natural keeper. He'll be the first to admit that. Did it remain wides? You could make a case maybe that when he hit the batter in his original position. Yeah, wide signalled. Rightly so, I think. Well, Chris, definitely tough one to bring up with 2 overs to go. But he's brought up Wisden's all-time greatest 11 from 2013, the 150th edition. Well, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with it, put it that way, but I'll give you my thoughts. Uh-oh. This is squeezed under the bat. Pretty good fielding, though. Hyder, pretty much a lying down specialist now. If that is cramp, I don't think cramp's meant to be with you all the time. He seems to think it's just crap. All right, let me see these names here. Huda pounds this one for 4. Nice shot. Consolation runs really, though, for the Capitals. They move up to the 130s. So, batting 1. Jack Hobbs, fair enough. Test average of 57. W.G. Grace, the doctor. Can't relive him out. Donald Bradman, yes, heard of him. Good player. Averaging 100. Or almost. I see Lucky taking a bit of pace off that one. Number 4, Sachin Tendulkar, no arguments. Viv Richards, no arguments. Carrie Sobers, no arguments. Alan Knott, the keeper's always going to be a contentious one, but I think that's fair. Alan Knott is certainly always up there when you talk about all-time greatest wicket keepers. Wasim Akran, Shane Warne, Malcolm Marshall, Sid Barnes with a test average of 16. Yeah, well, just cruising to conclusion here as Lucky is going to get this decision in his favour. I wanted to review it, I think, did Rahman, but Crute wasn't having anything of it. LBW, as Lucky does get his second wicket, and the Capitals 134 for 8. Yeah, Chris, I don't know what to add to that. I suppose all you'd say is there anyone in the last 13 years that you think's done enough to break in? I suppose a lot of Indians will talk about Kohli, whether he deserves a gig, but then at whose expense? Monty Luce is giving Rod Marsh a plug. Not so sure on pure keeping Marsh is there. He's obviously a player I admire a lot. It's pretty well hit. Dikshit Patel is going to start with a 6. Well, Maximo, thanks very much. Saying to all the other guys, look, this is what you could have been doing all along, but now we're behind in the game. Off the fingertips of Miggy Stoneman for the Maximo. And we go to the last over with the score 140 for 8. Viv over Kohli is a definite yes for me. I suppose, yeah, you have to say kind of in all conditions as well. And I suppose there's so much limited overs cricket these days. The question is, if you want to talk any modern player now, who are they taking out of the 11? You know, that's the thing. Vicky Chowan's bowled really well. Doesn't have a wicket. Probably deserves one. He's going to get one more chance. And when you're captain, they let you do it. So he's going to bowl the 20th over to close this one out. Is this out? It is out. So Vicky Chowan will get his wicket, and it'll be the 9th to fall. And Dhani takes the catch behind the stump. Speaking of wicket keepers, let's have a look. How does he roll this one? That looks like the seam up delivery, the 2 fingers, kind of strong wrist. As it'll be 9 down now, 140 for 9. Look, I would say, as far as Rod Marsh, he probably never had the opportunity to keep up enough to kind of make a case, which obviously that's a lot of the, when you're picking wicket keepers, a lot of the time the differentiator is kind of how good are they up to the stumps, which you could argue is the more difficult of the skills, although each has their own quirks. So, yeah, he only ever took 12 stumpings out of his 355 dismissals. And it wasn't really through any fault of his own. It's just that Aussie attack was very pace-heavy. Davao Kuma comes out to bat at 11. Don't know too much about that, but he does get the bat on it as he gets a run. Yeah, but it's always interesting. Also, comparing players across ages is never easy at all. Pretty well played by Davao in the end to keep that one out. Oh, Dix Patel steps away and absolutely pounds this one out to the sweeper. Stoneman's been busy today. Yeah, other names you could throw in there. Yeah, Clary Grimmett's mentioned. Had wild stats here. He was a very interesting sort of bowler. Keith Miller, these kind of guys. Brian Lara, with what he did, maybe a bit unlucky to miss out. We enjoyed picking apart the bowling of Chowan, haven't we, today? Good batters will pick his cutter, but you still got to play it. You still might do a bit off the deck. There's the cutter. You see it dies. All right, time for another replay. Path's enjoying this, so we'll have another look. The other one had the two fingers up and kind of firm wrist. This one, you can actually see the grip is between the thumb and the forefinger, and he twists his hand. And there his two main stock deliveries. Last ball then. Capitals never really been in the hunt here. Another cutter to finish things off, and the Capitals will finish on 142 for 9. And one more for good measure. This is a bit of a jump cutter. So, in the end, the margin of victory is 50 runs exactly. 192 to 142. We do see 18 wickets fall in the game. But, Awaris, it was a good win for them, considering that they were pretty undermanned today with some of their regulars out. No Greenshields, no Rupu in particular. But they go a game and a half clear now at the top of the ladder. As far as the Capitals go, they fall to a 4-7 record. It does get tough for them to make the 4 now. But if they were to win all of the last 3 of their games, they still got to take on Marlow, Gawker and Fighters. Look, it's a tough run home, but if they could get 3 for 3, then maybe there's still a chance. Whereas, though, I think they've eyed off top spot in the minor premiership and they've certainly done themselves no harm today. We'll take a break. When we come back, it's Punjab CC Amadora to take on Gawker 11. First ball in 34 minutes. Until then, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, big thumbs up to everyone out there, all the players, spectators, and everyone behind the scenes. Enjoy yourself. Have a little bit of a break. Then join us for the last game of the week. It'll be Punjab taking on Gawker when we return to Portugal for more Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 action here on ECN. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of the day, final match of the weekend here in the Portugal Liga Grizzly from the SCG in Santarém, just outside of Lisbon, Portugal. And this one will see Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gorka 11, match number 45 of the Division 1 season. A little bit earlier, Punjab CC won the toss and elected to bat, and an interesting clash between two teams that are kind of middle-ish of the table, though I'd say Punjab kind of the top of the middle and Gorka are down towards the bottom of the middle, but there's not too much between them. Punjab CC, 6 wins out of 10 games. Gorka, 4 out of their 10 games. They do have a tie. So really only a win and a half between them at this stage, remembering that the top 4 make it through to finals. It's going to be Kieran Kandel to get us going. Kuldeep Golia on strike. He's going to start with a slash over the offside. That will bring him 4 runs. Golia, we know he likes to go at a cracking pace, and he's a very talented batter. So in case you missed it earlier, we had 2 matches already today. Lisbon Super Giants 167 defeated the Werewolves 153, and then moments ago, Werrish 192 defeated the Lisbon Capitals 142. So both teams winning first with the wins so far. Golia hits this uppishly and causing a few issues for the fielder. Yeah, across the season, we've had 27 teams versus 16 winning the matches. 27 batting first, 16 batting second. And we've had 1 tie in there as well. Welcome back to everyone here in the chat as well. Hope they had a nice little break. Golia out there with Ranasawa. These two teams obviously know each other pretty well as well. They played earlier in the year and it was the highest scoring game of the season. Wait for this. Golia, it's a nice looking cover drive, partially blocked in the circle. We'll come back for 2. But yeah, Punjab 248 defeated Gorka 206. So 454 runs in that game. Will it be the same again? Kandel. Not a bad ball. Golia will knock it out for a single. He'll retain the strike. Contest in the first over. Punjab CC 7 without loss. So both batting lineups had their way, didn't they, back in that game? Not often you get 2 teams both hitting the 200. Ankit Kumar to bowl the second over. Golia keeps the strike.
So in that 248 score, Simranjit Singh scored 82. Opening up, Parveen Singh, 94. He also has 100 in the season. Goliath scored 45, not out, batting at 5. Goliath turns on this one, and we'll have another boundary. Fraction short there from Ankit. And then for Gorka in the second half, Rahul Kumar, the captain, scored 84. Sandeep Singh with 55, not out. Gorka 206, not quite able to chase the 249 target, but not far away. Well bowled. So I just wonder if it's time for the bowlers to step up in the contest between these two quite batting heavy sides. Welcome out to Paolo Campini. Good to have you with us once again. Goliath just flicks this away dismissively, and I think that's carried the line. It has Maximo. Just the timing of Goliath, very apparent here. And that's that. Not a good ball this time. Sneaks down the leg side. Might have just taken some of the trousers. Goliath not happy he missed out on it. He's trying to say, no, I didn't hit my trousers, but that's what the umpire sees. Probably should have put it away, to be honest. Another bottom hand flick from Goliath brings another boundary. So he's up and he's ticking. He's called it Goliath. Race to 17. In fact, all 17 runs. Make that 21 with that 4, I should say. 21 out of 21. Now takes it on, pulls there, and it's going to bounce all the way over the line. Once again, Maximo as Ankush. Ankit, I should say. Just too short here. And watch the puff of dust. Bang. Explodes over the line for a Maximo. Magical over in the second. Could be a sign of what's to come. 27 without loss after 2. Ranasawa will get his first taste of the action at the start of the third in a few moments. Kandel come back again. He held it reasonably tight in the first over. 7 off the first, 20 off the second. Rana happy to just push that first one. Won't get the run despite the fumble. You can see Goliath pretty keen to get back on strike. Not always running his heart out, Cordeep, but he's pretty keen to get down the business end, isn't he? Couple of dots to start from Kandel. Another dot. So just what you need, I suppose. If you're Gorka, jumper off to the races. Hold things back. So a little cutter there from Candell. This time Satwa does get off strike. Goliath, is he still in the groove? Sat the non-strikers in for 4 balls. Tries to put up the stop sign, but it wasn't his call. Sawa does call him through for a leg bite. Yeah, that's correct. The ball goes behind the striker. Non-striker basically has the option. Striker should just be looking up at the non-striker's eyes to say, right, we're going or what? Canto low full toss, not handled cleanly at cover, so a single is allowed, and that takes us to the end of the 3rd over. Pretty good one from Candell, just 2 singles and a leg bye off it. It's 30 without loss after 3. Immediate change of bowling at that far end. As it's going to be Rana Rehan to bowl. After that magical over. So change of pace. Padam KC comes up to the stumps. Oh, and he's gone. And it does work straight away. Little push from Sawa. Looks like a bit of a leading edge, and it pops straight back to Rehan. So changes as good as the holiday, as they say in the classics. And Rahul Kumar pulls the right string here. Maybe just trying to turn the face. Well done by Rehan. Gets it right first up. And the first wicket falls 30 for 1. Pretty big breakthrough as well. We know what a dangerous striker Ranasawa can be. But it does bring the ever dangerous Parveen Singh to the crease. Yeah, changing for the left arm spinner. Clever. He's quite brisk through the air. Rana Rehan. So one Rana dismisses another, and this brings the very dangerous Parveen Singh to the crease. Does have 100 in the competition. You can see it there. He scored out on 52 balls. 101 on 52. Back on the 5th of July, just 5 weeks ago. So left-hander to left-hander here now. One thing about Parveen, though, he's a bit of a reckless starter. Sometimes he's so keen to kind of assert himself on the game that he'll overplay his hand. I like this. He goes after it. Parveen in the air, gets away with it. And it's going to jump away from Sandeep for 4. But this is what I mean. You just feel you're always a chance of getting Parveen early. It's a pretty loose shot. And it will get him off the mark. Rehan loses his line this time. Bit flatter this time. So yeah, wickets are going to be super important. I suppose they always are. But in that game earlier in the year when Punjab CC Amdora hit 248, just weren't able to get the breakthroughs. Gorka basically only picked up 1 wicket in the first 12 overs. Things got out of sight. A little bit slower this time through the air from Rehan. It does get through the field. It will go for 4. So Parveen gets off the mark with a couple of boundaries on his arrival. But still, the change does work for Gorka as Rehan picks up the first wicket of the game. Punjab CC Amandora 39 for 1. I'm into Singh now. He's going to have a bowl for Gorka. Overs left in the power play. Remember, they got 20 in 1 over, so the other 3 have only gone for 19, which isn't too bad. Amninder, best figures in the season, 4 for 18 against LSG. Last time he had a bowl, 3 for 29, so he's been in the wickets. He was bowling to Golia. A streaky one from Kuldeep first up. Well bowled from Amninder. Trying to keep Golia quiet here. And Golia just kind of showing a bit of respect here. Knows he's gotten off to a bit of a flyer. Doesn't have to push things too much. Smashed into the other stumps. Golly's not too happy about it either. I say play straight, but you can play too straight. Bang. And to be honest, I'm glad the stumps were there because otherwise that was Buck's kneecaps on the line. Now we get something you can turn on. That one is going to fly. It bounces just inside. No, it's gone all the way. Maximal. Breaks the run of 4 dots. It's a bit unlucky not to have a boundary down the ground. Let's have a look where this bounces. Must have just made it. Yeah. Reasonably comfortably in the end, wasn't it? Collier cracks this through the covers, finds the fielder, so that'll be the end of the over, and he will retain the strike. Pretty good over though, first up from Amninda. Pretty sure that was a 6 actually. Wait for that to change. There's the wicket though. Ranasawa, it's popping it back to Raihan. There's the 6. So 6 and 1 off the over after 4 dots. 46 for 1 after 5. Sticking with Rana Raihan, I think it makes sense. I think you got to give Golly a look at something a bit different. You want to get him out. You know, he's such key to this innings. And so is Parveen. But Golly is off to the fly already. Well, goes to the skies. Well, this could be it. It's up in the air. Oh, you wouldn't believe it's going to bounce away. It'll be 4 now. Someone has to get near that. I know it's windy. It was always blowing towards the outfielder. I think he has to call the infielder off it and say, look, I've got this. It'll be 4. It'll bring up the 50 for Punjab CC Amadora. But I just think the outfielder's got to realise this is their catch. And they were well put off by the fact that the infielder was running back with the flight. But that's a very lucky moment for Kuldeep Collier. Not a drop. It certainly was an opportunity, I think, that might have been missed. Now, full toss that he drags out. Good stop made. Two more to the total. Brown's been impressive here. Obviously, he's has good control. He's got advantage of being the left armour as well. All right, well, this one's up in the air. Will this hold up? It'll just chip over the mid-on in the circle. We're still in the power play. This is the 6th over. And the result is 4 runs. Goliath chancing his arm. We do see, I don't know what you could call it. 6th over. The 6th over itch. But they know the field's about to go back. So they tend to play a few shots that they might not if it was any other over.
All right, well, this is a top edge. Up in the air again. Gets lucky again that it falls safely. There's a couple of hands-on hip jobs. Punjab getting away with it more often than not. Last ball of power play coming up. Parveen blocks it out. Rehan gets through the over, conceding 11. And at the end of the 6-over power play, Punjab CC Amadora, 57 for 1. Let's take a look at this again. It's always blowing towards the outfielder. See, look, in the end, doesn't get a run at it because he's worried about the infielder coming at him. What's worse, jumps across for 4 runs. Amninda coming back for his second over. First one went for 7. 4 dots, 6 and a 1. He'll resume his battle with Kuldeep Golia, who's moved to 45 now. Kuldeep brings the bottom hand into play and he hits this one over mid wicket. Will be 4, takes him to 49. Again, just very firm the way he pushes their hands through the ball. Good fielding off the field. It's Ankush waiting for his turn to bat. Pretty well bowled from Amninda. Golia pushes it away, can't get his 50 just yet. Will be 50 to Golia. Makes a late decision to come back and make it 51. It's a very Golia innings. You know, he's been attacking. He's maybe been a little bit fortunate. A couple of skies have fallen into open space, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. And he brings up his half century off 27 balls. He's dominated the strike as well early on. 6 fours, 3 maximos in his knock. There's 28 minutes required for him to bring up the 50. He has seemed kind of hungry for the strike, and that's a good attribute, I think. That's what you want to see from your opener. They've got a few different options they could open with. There's Simranjit Singh in there. You've got Parveen, who could open. You've got Ranasawa. No Imran in the side today. Again, he's another one that's normally around the mark.
Super bold. It's been good here. Got this rate down below 10 and over. And I think probably with Gorka 11's batting. In fact, they did make 206 last time, batting second. They'll feel anything under 200 is chaseable here. End of another testing over from Amninda. You can't get that second breakthrough though. Picked up CC Amadora. 64 for 1 after 7. Rayhan's going to get a third over here. Best figures for Rana Rayhan, 4 for 7 earlier in the season. Wrapped on the pad. Decent appeal. Andrew Winter felt it might have been going up. It was hard to tell from behind exactly what the angle was. Also, Rayhan probably needs to straighten it down the line a touch from that angle as well. Goliath is after him, goes down the ground, and pretty well struck. Maximal. And wants to have a chat about it with Parveen. Backed himself, backed his power. Cool deep. 6 more to the total. Knew straight away he had the journey. Comeback ball for Rayhan. It's a good one as well. Kuldeep just probably crossing the line there into ill discipline. That was the one he did get. He got it pretty well. All the way over the fence for 6. Now he gets this one as well with the wind. That one's going to fly out of the ground. Maximal. 2 in the over. As Kuldeep closing in. He's never scored a century on ECN, actually. Smash that one. He's playing it on length, really. Maybe keep a bit low, but Goliath, I think, playing the wrong shot to that ball. Again, wanting to go with the wind, wanting to go leg side. Quicker one. Kicked away. I'll allow a second.
End of the 8th over, the score 78 for 1. Over number 9. They say it all happens in the 9th. Let's see. Normally we say it all happens in the 19th when it comes to T20 cricket, though. And Ninja's bowled well so far. Not too much to show for it. Gets a 3rd over. Parveen hasn't had much to the strike. Should pick up a fairly easy 2 here. And able to get an extra. Wow. Make it a 3 to start the over. It's a bit too close to work that time. Bit of extra bounce to get over the bat of Kuldeep Golia. It's in front, but I think it's going down the leg side. You can see how excited Gorka were with the prospect of that wicket of Kuldeep Golia. Just think this is going on to miss. Doesn't really swing or move down the line. And Ninja's been locked in this battle with Golia. It's been a bit of a gripping contest. Parveen swings and misses outside the off stump. And Ned's bowled a good set once again. Goes for 4 runs. One of those was an overthrow. End of the 9th. It's 82 for 1. Let's look at the Punjab CC Amadora bench. ECS cricket returns tomorrow. We'll be back in Estonia. Italian Stallions hoping to make it 3 in a row in the European Cricket Series. Starting at 9:30 Estonian time. It's quite early if you're in the rest of Europe. 7:30 a.m. start if you're in the UK. It's 8:30 in Central Europe, 6:30 GMT, and noon in India. Join Phil G. 4 games a day for the next 6 days of ECS men's action. And then ECSW cricket is back with a best of 3 ECSW next Sunday. Plenty of cricket to look forward to. Well, Golia brings out the bottom hand. Rahul Kumar comes on, but that is going to sail out of the ground. Maximal. Gorka skipper comes on, and he had the fielder right back on that line, as you can see. With the wind, it flies over Sandeep, deep in wicket. Golia goes for it again. Does he have enough this time? Holding up. That one is taken. So it is Sandeep that takes the catch. And life doesn't always give you second chances, but sometimes it does. That one flew out, and Golia had to go fetch it from outside the off stump, making it a little bit more difficult to pull this off. So Rahul Kumar comes up with the big wicket. It'll be a 6 and out on Kuldeep Golia, and it's 88 for 2. Basically, was on for 100 there, wasn't he? But feet never moved. Tries to go all hands. He was worried straight away. Saw the fielder out there, and Sandeep does the rest. And potentially a big moment in this game, because Golia has dominated the opening stages. He has 73 of the 86 runs off the bat, and the 88 runs total does bring Ankush Kumar to the crease. The players also have a drink as the wicket falls in the 10th over, 88 for 2. Rahul Kumar, the successful bowler, will be back in just a few moments with the second half of the first innings here. Match 45 of the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN. Back with the action then, as Rahul Kumar is set to continue his over. Started with a 6 and out. Each time he's gone to a left arm spinner, the result's been an immediate success, an immediate wicket. So Rana popped back to Rana Sawa, that is. Pop back to Rana Rehan earlier. And we just saw Kuldeep Golia 6 and out. Catch by Sandeep on the boundary. And Kush dabs his first one down. Won't get a run. And Kush upish. Nobody home in that region. They'll get a single, and Kush is off the mark. In theory, it should be a better matchup with Parveen as a left-hander taking on the left-arm spinner, hitting with the spin. But you'll see Rahul try and kind of angle across him, sling across him, and try and take that leg side away from him a little bit. Should be a good battle. He does get across him first up. Again, good lines, is up in the air, and well, Parveen was beating all ends up there. And to be honest, he's quite lucky to survive. Take us to the end of the 10th over. Punjab CC Amadora, 89 for 2. This is Goliath. Again, taking out the long handle, throwing the hands at it. And well taken, well judged by Sandeep. Also knew where he was in relation to the boundary rope. Well, the battle you've been waiting for, Ankit Kumar to Ankush Kumar. Here it comes. Horribly missed time. Pull shot off the end of the bat. Ankush will get one. This one ties up Parveen. Wild swing from Parveen. Just feels a bit frustrated at the moment. You can sense it. 11 or 15 now. 2 boundaries. Good over this from Ankit. Just feel Gorka have done well to
to keep it down to where it is. Obviously, that threat of Golia neutralised, but they've got more threats, don't they? Obviously, these two can be very, very good. You've got Simranjit Singh, hasn't even been seen yet. Probably the next cab off the rank. Prakash is around there as well. This time he does get his hand through it, Parveen. Watches it for a moment. Through for a single. Ankush tucks it away off stump. We'll pick up a single, retain the strike. Tight over there from Ankit. Just 3 coming off it, and at the end of 11, it's 92 for 2. Rahul, the Gorka skipper, to come back. 1 for 7 in his first over, including that really important wicket of Kuldeep Golia. Ankush opens up the offside. Goes aerial, but he's found the fielder. And so Rahul has the second wicket. I just kind of held up in the breeze a little bit and gave the fielder the opportunity to pounce the catch. So it's another piece of the puzzle which is completed by Gorka 11. So Mninder that takes the catch in the circle. End of Ankush Kumar for 3, and it's 92 for 3. I think it goes back to the bowling from Rahul Kumar, though. The left-arm spinner's been pretty good asking the right questions and not too many answers so far. Punjab certainly looking a little bit susceptible here, especially against the pace-off bowling. For a guy coming out number 5, could do a lot worse than Simranjit. There's a high score of 122 not out on ECN. And he actually was brilliant back in that high-scoring match 14 we were talking about. Scored 82 opening for Punjab CC Amadora. It goes after this, though. That's up in the air. Oh, he's going to get lucky. Uncontrolled from Simranjit. I just feel like they're a couple of wickets away from breaking this game wide open, Gorka 11. Paveen's still there, but he hasn't quite been himself.
Slings this one past the outside edge. Parveen just cannot fire at the moment. 12 off 18. So just the two boundaries she got pretty early in this innings as well. Dead bat through for one and throwing away another run. Gorka. Count that for a 2. List of the upcoming events, including return to Portugal for ECS cricket on the 31st of August. It's 3 weeks away. Right, Parveen does get this one out of the screws, takes on the win. But the wind isn't going to stop that strike. That's well hit. Maximo finally got something in his zone. Rifle's been pretty good at not getting too straight. That wasn't super straight, but certainly it was in the realms of possibility for Parveen. He puts him out of the park. End of the 12th over. 100 up as well for Punjab CC Amadora. It's 101 for 3. A close one, this one. Plenty of cricket still to play. Jatinder Singh to pick up the ball now. Change bowling as it'll be the 6th bowler used by Gorka on to Simranjit. First one isn't a particularly good one. It was way too short and almost brings the wicket. Had to fight the sun off there. But Simranjit, he just pokes this up, hoping he could get the distance. But he completely loses his run. He bowls off the wrong foot, bowls into his own foot almost. It's amazing some of the balls that might bring a wicket. And in the end, I think it's Amdeep Kokar out there. Wasn't able to hold on. Would have been a bonus wicket. Too short again. I don't think you're going to get away with that to Parveen. It's just a hit me please ball. Tinder been given it over here, but so far, let's put it this way, it looks a little bit shaky. Hello to the Chase Master. Welcome to you. See the dismissal rate over there on the right of screen, 3.8. That basically means every 10 overs, an average of 3.8 wickets fall. So it's generally a little bit lower in T20 cricket compared to T10 cricket. T10 cricket's normally about 5.5. Down the leg side, pretty good stop in the end of the second bounce by Padam. Simranjit was pretty keen to get down the striker's end. Parveen said, no. I want to stay right here. I like what I'm seeing. Just trying to get things right here. All right, another short, slowish ball into the pitch. Parveen can't believe he hasn't put that away for a boundary. He was begging for it. Probably the biggest issue with Jatinder's bowling so far has been the length. I feel like it's unintentionally hyper short. All right, he gets away with another one. Again, fraction short, slightly better. Simranjit hits through it. He's kind of been dodging laser beams this over Jatinder, but he's only gone for 8 in 5 balls. So a little bit full, a little bit straighter, but we'll come through for one. Wait for the signal leg by, I think. Signal by His Royal Highness Buck Stoneman. End of the 13th over, and Punjab CC Amadora 110 for 3. So here's Rahul Kumar, only a third over. Sings the first one outside the off stump. Parveen smacks it out to the outfielder. Straight, and Simranjit's after him. Rahul is going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo.
Scott straight enough to tempt Simran into that. Hits with the wind, puts it over the fence. Ankit's off to fetch. Yeah, Paolo, you are right. Seis carreras. Rahul is getting maybe a bit greedy, trying to go stump to Simranjit. He did get Gollier to 6 and out earlier. Won't be able to do that to Simranjit Singh. Scampers away with a single. 173 expected at the moment. Parveen goes after this, hangs up in the air, and ends up falling into open space. Kokar out on this side of the field. It is. Can't get there, and they'll get 2. Snaps through this one. Straight to the fielder, just a single. Into the 14th over, 121 for 3. So 6 overs remaining to try and lift this score. Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gorka. Ankit Kumar to continue. That one is lifted up. Parveen, can he find his mojo? That'll help with the wind sailing out of the ground. Maximal 6 carreras. So another one disappears out of the ground. Back to back. Maximals for Parveen. Punjab CC trying to lift this up towards the 200. Got the wickets in hand. They've got the hitters to do it. Parveen, when he hits fire, is so dangerous. Move back to pace. Not really working too well.
Back-to-back Maximos for the big left-hander. On the hip, not a good ball from Ankit. That's going to be 4 more. Things starting to cook. Asking for trouble, though. In towards the body. Okay, it was close-ish to Candell, a 45, but really should have been put away, and it was. Parveen to 45 now. And he goes for it. Does he get the journey? Going, gone. It's 50 to Parveen Singh. Continues his very good season with the bat. Probably not his most convincing opening today. But he just has a way of surviving and then thriving. Chances his arm early. In the end, gets there with a bang. 51 off 30 balls with 4 4s and 4 6, including that biggie to bring up the milestone. Over's gone magical. Beats him this time. Didn't quite get across. Parveen was backing off and couldn't quite deal with the extra bounce from Ankit. Last ball, the 15th over. On the walk is Parveen. He'll crack it to the sweeper. End of the 15th. And good job, CC Amadora. 144 for 3. So it's only nothing like the kind of score that they were able to amass back in that match 14. 248. They scored there. 248 to 206. The highest scoring match of the season. 454 runs. A run rate of 11.35 turnover in that game. So nothing quite like that. Still a healthy-ish total. They'll still feel with these batters there, they could get 200. Good job, CC Amadora. I think likewise, Gorka will feel they can restrict them to maybe 180s? Over number 16 then. Aminda switching himself to the Palace end. Parveen on the charge. Starts with a single.
Simran is going to hoik this one away. That will go for 4. A few too many hit me balls creeping in at the moment for Gorka 11. Down the leg side, freebies. Brings up the 150 for Punjab CC Amadora. Wheels just falling off Gorka a little bit in the last period. Did well to restrict Punjab CC so far. Huge swing and a miss after the minimo from Simranjit. Oh, well, good luck stopping that. That's going to be a bit of a trampoline Tortuga out there. Parveen will help himself to another 4 runs. He's got him. So finally, Parveen's going to go for 57. Just on the charge one more time. And Ninda this time is able to hit the top of the stumps. And the first person he celebrates with is Parveen. We didn't want to know too much about it. Didn't want to turn around. But in the end, pretty good innings from Parveen. 57 off 35. Took a while to get going. Well, get sent back this time. Simran facing Kieran Kandel, blasting through the offside for 4. Nice shot. Doesn't try to fight the angle.
Back on 200 pace now. Simran pops it up in the air. Wants 2 here. Should get it. Simran cracks this to the boundary. He'll move to 25. Run starting to float despite that wicket of Parveen. Simran's just found his form at the right time. So 17 overs down and Punjab CC 170 for 4 on that 10 and over pace. As they build a total here in the first innings. Eighteenth over then, Rayhan. He's had to wait a while for his 4th over. He'll get it now from the Palace end. Gets in towards the pad, Simranjit. Works it out towards backward square, and it will go for 4. Bouncing just inside, but getting a bit too straight there. Rayhan, who got the immediate success last time. We could have run Asawa early. I'm pitching just inside, about a metre or so, maybe slightly less. Much better from Rayhan that time. Was a length a bit shorter this time. Wow, it's high. And Simran, he likes it off the bat. Here's go and get it. Maximal. Well, you know, it's a good shot when you've got time to go around, turn your head around, look at your teammates, and then go back and watch the ball land. What a good innings this is turning into. And he was really good, don't forget, opening the batting in this fixture last time. He's going to go it again. Didn't get the ball he wanted, so just knocks it into the offside for a single. Fraction short, and an alley finally gets to face. And that'll get through the field. That'll be 4. So Round ends up going for quite a few, doesn't he? Ends up 1 for 49 of his 4 overs. That over went for 15. Fielder gets eaten up in the outfield. End of the 18th over, 185 for 4. Candell will bowl out here in the 19th. Simran hunting a 50, running out of time. Wants 2 here. They'll get it. That'll help his chances. Up to 39 now. 11 balls left in the innings. Simran clicks this away off the pads. Once again, the run through for 2. Up in the air. We want another 2. So if it doesn't go for 4, we are able to stop the boundary. Good running. 3 2s in a row. This time, he says to Adnan, look, let's just settle for the 1 this time. Now they might get it. No, they won't. Well, yes, they will. Adnan's saying, oh, why not? And they do get the set batter back on strike. Oh, now they're going to get 3. That is sloppy. Well, now they might get 4. Wow, that's quite unbelievable. 4 all run. So without the ball going to the boundary, they've got 12 off this over, and there's still a ball to go. So Simran, who was whispering just the 1, please, now finds himself running 3 more and moves up to 47. Inside edge onto the pad. Adnan says no.
Up in the air, Simranjit Singh. He's going to go large, and it will be 50. Maximal to bring it up. So what a funny over that was. 2-2-2, an all-run 4. A miss and a 6. And the 200 comes up with an over to spare. Punjab CC kicking away at the end. 201 for 4 as we head into the last over. Last over then. Shake, rattle and roll as Adnan, well, tries to send back Simran, which is crazy. He's run him out for no reason. Adnan did run well, but until the end, I think you've got to be running here. Okay, even if it does go straight to the fielder, get the set better back on strike. Instead, he turns around Simran and runs him out by some distance. End of a good innings, though, from Simranjit Singh. Run out in the last over for 53. 28 balls in his knock. 4 fours and 3 sixes. Upsar Alam comes to the non-striker's end. Still 5 balls to go. Up in the air. Falls in open space. No, it doesn't. He gets caught. That just kept on blowing, didn't it, towards the fielder. And so we have 2 new batters out there as Rahul Kumar picks up his 3rd wicket. It's Ankit Kumar that takes the catch out there on the boundary. Didn't think it was going to carry originally, but yeah, with that wind blowing pretty strongly right to left, just kept on going. Ankit did the rest. Made good ground in. Received it. .201 for 6 is Jai Prakash. Big swing and a miss. I just hit some of the arm on the way through from Prakash. Out to deep square for a single. What good last over this is from Rahul Kumar. Two to come then. Upsat finally gets to face the ball. Might as well go for 2. Why not? Well, it's completely cooked him. Did he have the ball then? I guess so. No, why are you not running here? I've got no idea. Probably just about him wanting to face. Just take off, go. Prakash does, and he says, you know what? I'm not thrilled about the idea of the run. I think he must have put the ball on the stumps. Well, umpire has a good look. Certainly wasn't, what I'd say, standard. I mean, we're far away. I would term it suspicious. He does throw the ball. Does he then hit the stumps with his hand or not? Umpire's in a better position to make that call. So, Fahim gets a look. Doesn't get a bat yet.
So, go to the last ball, up in the air, and taken. So, well, 4 wickets in the last over and only 2 runs. Quite amazing. As Punjab CC, Amadora will finish on 203 for 8. Pretty good catch, actually, in the end. Sandeep Singh holds on to it. So, look, in the end, a bit above par, but we know last time that Gorka scored more than this against Punjab CC. They scored 206. The only problem for them on that occasion was that they were chasing 249 for victory. So they have done it before. They'd have to do it under pressure, of course. Look at that innings. Kuldeep Golia opened up with a sparkling 73 off 39 balls. 57 for Parveen and 53 for Simranjit Singh. So 3 half centuries, setting up that total of 203 for Punjab CC Amadora. Bowling wise, well, Rahul finishes with 4 for 29. A good job by the Gorka skipper. Singles for Amninder and Rana Rehan. But yeah, look, in the end, I think it's advantage Punjab CC, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if Gorka were able to pick this off. You can join us in about 15 minutes to find out exactly how this pans out. 204, the victory target for Gorka on the chase. Vinny Sander humans to Maximo for ECN. And we're back shortly with the exciting conclusion of a Super Sunday of action here from Portugal. You're watching the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1 on ECN. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Portugal and our coverage of the Liga Grizzly, Division 1, season 2026. Punjab CC versus Gorka 11 to close out the day here at match 45, and halfway through, Punjab CC out to defend their total of 203 for 6. 203 for 8, pardon me. Wickets were falling so quickly at the end, I lost track. So 203 for 8. They lost 4 of those wickets in the last over. But they did have 3 half-centurions. Goliath with 73, Parveen with 57, Simranjit with 53. Funny enough, no one else able to reach double figures, are actually able to reach more than 4. But I suppose it's a decent total. But last time out, we saw Gorka knock up 206, batting second against Punjab CC Amador. If they would do that today, they would take the win. Aminda coming out to open the batting with Amdeep Kokar. So what do you think? Chance of pulling this off? Highest run chase of the year was in match 12. Amalo chased 197 and did it very easily. So this would be the highest chase of the year in Division 1. Ranasawa gets the first over. Just likes to use that breeze to his advantage, doesn't he? It was a big chase, actually. 205 was chased by Precious in Division 2. But we haven't seen the 200 chased in Division 1 this season. Can't really afford to make a bad start either, chasing this many. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Here's that ball that does swing from Rana, but goes down the leg side. Oh, yeah, not able to collect it cleanly, so a couple of free runs. Kokar goes leg side, gets away from the fielder. There's the first boundary of the chase. Really getting that ball to swing a lot. Bending it from outside the off stump, but you can see I'm deep happy to kind of drag and go with the movement. Another big in swinger, whipped away. Good fielding in the end. Hustling back for a couple. Really does get this ball to talk. This Ranasawa. He's not quick, or even trying to be quick. But he's a genuine swing bowler. Well, they've got the 10 they need off the first. Basically, that's what they'll be looking at. Can we stay at that 10 over 8? Another big innie. And Minda
finds the fielder. He'll retain the strike. That'll take us to the end of the first over. 12 without loss after 1. So, the Shad to take up the attack from the clubhouse end. Shad Ali. Here he is bowling to Aminda. I suppose with this kind of a total, you know what you have to do. So you know you have to be busy pretty much straight away, and that can just help you get going. Can maybe get you over the fear of getting out, which sometimes you have batting first, or if you're chasing an average score or lower. Low full toss from the Shad. Coco not able to get it back past him. Coca opens the shoulders. That's going to run away. Down towards deep backward points. Pretty well placed there. Just a single. Aminda goes in that same general direction. This is going to beat the fielder, though. That will run away. Cuatro carreras. So bright start here. Well, gets through the infield and the outfield. Again, not the greatest effort going with the foot. Needed to go with the hand. Well bowled that time from the Shad. Testing Aminda outside the off stump. Again, good areas from Shad. End of the over. Pretty good one. 6 off it, and Gorka 18 without loss. Ranasawa to continue with those big induckers. Kind of holds its line a little bit. Go-Kart decides to go take on the mid-off and wins. Right back on the edge of the circle. I think he was always going to be home there once he made up his mind to go. Amninda takes it on and gets it up in the slipstream. Maximo. Good shot. Said enough's enough. That was a very good contact. Quite a large strike indeed. Yeah, let the wind do the work. Lifts it up this time, and it's dropped. Never looked set under that. Diodata Nali. In fact, it's gone for 6. Maximo. Just died on him a little bit to the right. He just puts up one hand of hope in the end, but Ranasawa, he'll be upset because he's there exactly for this. But look at him, he just completely lost his composure. Where did that bounce? Can I have a look at that again? They called 6. You don't get a great look at the rope there, but yeah, maybe worth one more look. Has been called 6. Golly up to the stumps. Does a good job to rip the bails off, but batter never leaves home. Turned away. I am into just a single. End of the over. A couple of Maximos in it. Goes for 15, and after 3 overs, it's 33 without loss. Cascais in the house. And look at that. Looks like Ed Sheeran from Wish.com on the left. And looks like we got one of the supermodels from one of your favourite catalogues there in between them as well. Good looking bunch, like I said, with a few exceptions. Oh, it's shocker from the Shad. Proper headhunter. Does got to get about on it. Amandeep Kokar. Unfortunately for him, he won't get to face the free hit. And he goes against a single. And it's kind of hit or be hit, wasn't it? Did well to get the bat on it in the end. Paolo saying he looks like Mike Gatting from a distance. I wonder if you're talking about Kokar, who's facing up. Pushes into the offside, just a single. Shad's recovered well after the first one got away from him. Flicked away. Nice shot. That'll be for Ninda. Trying to keep them at the rate. So they are ahead of where they need to be. Look at that run rate on the left. If they can keep that 10 or higher, they're in good shape. Gawker 11. Hello to Ash Save Derek. Welcome back. Good to have you with us. Wow, something distracted him at the last moment. I think it was someone talking in the field or moving. This will be a dead ball, I think, because he doesn't attempt to play the ball, and you kind of get one of these, I think, as a batter. Ninda just was unsettled just before the moment of release. Good hustle through there for a single. The Shad gets it wrong down the leg side. Free run to the target, to the total of Gawker 11. Kokar works it away for a signal down to deep backward point. Steps across and beautifully drop kicked away by Amninda. That'll be another boundary. Just pitching inside. Into the fourth over then, and Gorka continued their good start. They're 48 without loss after 4. So here's over number 5. Jaipakash gets the ball. Kokar meets him straight away. Yeah, it'll get away for 4 runs. Yeah, they used to remember they played with each other for Indian Royals back in the European Cricket Series a few years ago. Flash outside the off stump from Kokar. And that rate still looking the goods. 12.5 and over. Kokar goes after it again. Takes a bit of time to get going. Geez, almost a really needless run out there. Amandeep was ball watching. Aminda came through for the run. Let's have a look. Completely loses eye contact. He was up in the air. He should have been caught in the first place. Then realises he has to get on his bike. Almost out a couple of different ways there, Amandeep Kokar, but he survives to tell the tale. So 4.1. Overpitched, and Aminda punches down the ground. Nice bit of ball striking. There'll be 4 more to the score. 50 came up with that 4 off the first ball of the over. Plays it nice and straight. That series there from Prakash. Nice bit of bowling again. End of a interesting over, a couple of boundaries in it. The game hangs in the balance. 5 overs down, Gorka 11. 57 without loss. Adnan Ali to grab the ball then in the 6th over, last over of the power play coming up. Fraction short beats Coker upstairs first up. Pitched up, Coker goes after it, up in the air. That'll get over the top though and run away for 4, runs down the hill. Gorka continuing this good start. Right where they want to be. Whether they continue it or not, that's another question. Coker pushes, wants a run. And Ninda gives him nothing. It's a good start, but like I said, it's just a start at the moment. Well bowled from Adnan. Just going away on the breeze slightly. Adnan keeping it pretty tight here. Just the 4 plus that single in the over so far. Yeah, Paolo. Gorka on track at the moment. If they've got that 10 and over plus that they're scoring at, they're on track. Bit of a streaky one, but this will bring another boundary. Aminda swings hard. Proper teapot job from Adnan Ali. And gets a consolation 5 from the batter, who's just French cut him away for a boundary to finish the power play. They're going 11s through the first 6 at 66 without loss. So out of the power play, Phil can go back. Prakash continues. Gets the first one past Amdeep Kokar. Prakash keeping it pretty tight this over. Keep an eye on that run rate. Still slightly ahead of where they need to be with all 10 wickets in hand, but a wicket or two could change everything. Very good over this from Prakash. Just 2 off the 5 balls bowled. You can just feel the pressure building a little bit on Kokar, who's a fraction better than run a ball. Ninda's been doing the heavy scoring. It'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one, just 3 singles off it. Good one for Punjab CC, that is. And after 7, Gorka, 69 without loss. Parveen to come on with his left armers now. Here's Parveen. Transitioning now to left arm slow bowler. Parveen. Certainly got the skill set for it. Kokar lifts him up over the leg side. Just the single should be interesting now. Parveen to bowl to Amninda. Just ticking singles at the moment. Rates just dipped below the 10 due to some good bowling from Prakash and now Parveen. Tossed up by Parveen. Kokar drives through the offside. Once again, keeps it to a single. So, hey, right now, Punjab have worked their way back in front. Good contest this end of the 8th over. And Gorka 11, 74 without loss. Prakash continues. Coker on strike. Good one. It's perfect, probably the perfect spot. Maybe would be a bit more perfect if we hit the top of the off stump, but not far off there from Jai Prakash. Well, it's in the air. And this time he's not going to be so lucky. So Kokar falls for 29. Not quite able to go at the pace in the end. Kind of decelerated, didn't he? Kokar will be gone. And the first wicket falls at 74. Prakash deserves that. He's bowled really well, kept it tight. You can just feel the build-up of non-boundary balls. Created that pressure. It's a hard ball to square up and drive off the front foot. Ankush Kumar with a simple catch, and the score is 74 for 1. This will bring Rahul Kumar to the crease. So Rahul faces up. Prakash round the wicket. Short one first up. Pulled away. Should be 2 there. No, the throw might be close. Was close, but he gets there. Well bowled by Prakash. He's had a good day with the ball so far. Not so sure about this angle for Prakash to Rahul. I think I'd want to be going across the new batter. Maybe inviting an outside edge. But he can do whatever he wants at the moment. Prakash, good figures. It's been really key in bringing Punjab CC Amadora back into the contest. Hello to John Gray, welcome back. Yeah, Warish got up by 50 runs earlier against the Capitals, 192 to 142. But you're right. Aminda pulls away. That'll beat the fielder. That's 4. Takes him to 45. End of the 9th over. Corker 11, 81 for 1. But yeah, you're right. Anything can happen on ECN, John. Normally does. Parveen to continue on a very good tight first over. Went for 5 singles and that was it. That boundary just then was the first one in 18 deliveries. It's a build-up of 13 non-boundary deliveries that led to that wicket of Amardeep Kokar. And that Parveen's going to have to do with left-handed Rahul Kumar. So that run rate required, the run rate required's gone up to past 11. It's all been the change to Parkash and Parveen. Last 3 overs just going for 15. Well, he tries the leg spinner first up. It's going to be a big no ball. And he's going to get 4 as well. So Parveen can bowl wrist spin as well. Interesting, he went to it straight away, trying to turn the ball away from the left-hander. But also interesting, he's doing it from this angle. If you are going to bowl kind of left arm leg spin, I would have thought over the wicket would be the way to go. And potential momentum breaker there. Free hit coming up as well. Can't be easy switching back and forth. Goes back to the orthodox delivery. Kumar to the skies. Remember, it is a free hit. And I think that was very close. In fact, it's gone over the line. Maximal. So, how about that? What a momentum swing. Let's look where this one bounces. It's close, but yeah, it's over the top. That's 6. So 4, 5, 6 pick up sticks. And just like that, probably back ahead of the rate. Well, close to it. They're back at 10 and over. Where's he go to now, Parveen? Yeah, I mean, it's ambitious to go to wrist spin. Not many bowlers can switch back and forth. Have seen the occasional one. Krishan Kalugamage's one. He plays for Italy and he's played for Roma CC. We know him pretty well. He played for Europe in the Western Shield. But you normally have bowlers that specialise in one or the other. Probably more likely to get a wrist spin bowler that can occasionally bowl a finger spinner because that's a lot easier. But you don't often get finger spinners that'll change to wrist spin. Shows you how talented he is, but it's completely different action and it takes time to get your bearings. It's almost like every time you switch, it's like you're bowling the first ball of a new spell. So that's a pretty good strategy, I think, for Parveen. Hang it out the offside and make it hard for the batters to hit across to the leg side with the wind, or the left-hander at least to hit to the leg side with the wind. He gets the right-hander bat. Can't make the stop. Just be the one. Came back well in the over, but damage was done early, wasn't it? Parveen will concede 21 in his first 2 overs. That one went for 16, though. Time for a drink. End of 10. Gorka, 97 for 1. 107 required off the last 10 overs of the day. Should be an exciting finish. Join us back in a couple of minutes when we return for the exciting conclusion of this day of action in the Portugal Liga Grizzly Division 1, season 2026, live on ECN. Back to the action then. Akush Kumar gets the ball from the Palace end. Keep Parkash with one in the back pocket. But a good spell from Jai. 3 overs, 1 for 19. 9 wickets in hand. Time to put the foot down now for Gorka if they're serious about chasing this 204. It would be the biggest chase of the season. Had a good question about what happens if there's a tie. And they have had a couple of ties this year in the Portuguese League. 1 in Division 1 and 1 in Division 2. Here we are watching Division 1, which is the Sunday competition. Match number 22 back on the 14th of June ended in a tie. Quite a low scoring tie. In fact, Gorka were one of the teams that were involved in that. Gorka 116 tying with Marlow 116. So yeah, a bit of a low scoring thriller there. There's also a tie in Division 2 between the 2 undefeated teams, actually, and they're still undefeated. Top of the table. Got him. Might have been a little inside edge, squeezed into the ground, and Amninda's gone for 48. big moment in the game. And Kush gets the breakthrough. 100 for 2. My guess is it just came in the breeze enough. So it goes from the middle of the bat to the inside edge. But I don't think it swung enough to hit. No, it definitely didn't. Definitely came off the bat. You can see it comes in and cracks leg stump, in fact. It's a big inside edge. Onto the pegs is the end of Aminda. Good innings from him, but he falls just short of the half century. Kush Kumar with the wicket in his first over. 100 for 2. The other tie was match number 15 in Division 2, Saturday the 23rd of May. Panthers 152 tying with Brothers 11 Portugal 152. And those two teams are still undefeated despite playing each other. They split the points in that game. And they're occupying spots 1 and 2. Sandeep Singh comes out at number 4. Can he catch fire? Required rate 11 and over. Yeah, it's a good point you make. We could have a golden ball, I suppose, in T20 cricket. I don't see why not. Especially if you push for time. Good suggestion, SkyQuest. Wow. Andrew Winter has to use his reflexes to get out of the way there. It was a bit of a miss hit, though. I suppose the thing is, everyone loves to see a winner, but sometimes, I mean, in the T20, when it's a long season, I can also understand maybe just leaving a tie tight, because it is probably a fairer result when you consider sometimes you're using net run rate and things to split teams. I mean, you get the same for a win versus a one super over when you probably arguably don't deserve as much if you were tied after regular time. But anyway, horses for courses. End of the 11th over, 101 for 2. You would know I'm very pro golden ball. We've had 84 golden balls now, haven't we? Both, by coincidence, both Swiss eliminators were golden balls. 46 games between them. Prakash. I'm just thinking they're going to bowl him out from the bottom end pretty soon after he stopped at the top. Yeah, a bit curious that. It shows who's confident at either end. They probably feel this is where they can get ahead in the game. They're going to use the guy that helped them get ahead in the first place. Prakash around the wicket. Kumar doesn't want to stab at it. Leg side, blocks it out for 1. That rate's going to go up to pretty close to the tour ball. Well ball by Prakash. He's been brilliant here. He's almost single-handedly grabbed the runaway innings and and pulled it back. It's funny, such a batting heavy game last time. This time, despite the 200 in the first inning, it certainly has been a bit closer to a contest. Bowlers have won periods in this game. CFL got rid of tyres. Are you talking about Canadian Football League there? Canadian football? Yeah. I'm in favour of splitting the tie. I don't mind also slightly different result. That one's going to get past the fielder, perilously close to being caught. Yeah, for example, in football, if you had, a draw and then maybe you had a penalty shootout after every game, you could give 2 points to the winner, one to the quote unquote loser. Yeah, I like Canadian football as well. But I think, football's gone, as in association football's gone the way of encouraging winning or attacking football by offering 3 for a win instead of just simply double the draw. That's been a bit of a game changer. How long has that been in now? It must be around about 30 years. Good question, actually. So, Ankush, wicket in his first over. Might have another one here. That's going to pop up. Simple catch. Ranasawa takes it. And Rahul's gone. And really now, Punjab's, they're going to lose. Despite a decent start, they've been pegged back through these middle overs. And Gorka have lost their third wicket at 105. Still plenty of time for them to turn this around, but they need someone to come out and actually kind of hit him well from the get-go. Yeah, so FIFA used 3 points for a win for the first time at the 1994 World Cup. Looking it up, actually says that the English Football League introduced 3 points for a win back all the way in the early 80s. I didn't realise it was that early. FIFA World Cup went to 3 points for a win in 1994, and it kind of became standard through the mid-1990s. Rehan gets the bat. Can he make a difference? He's going to get a little edge. It's going to fly first up. That's always running away to the boundary down the hill. Maybe that's a bit of luck you need to get going. Someone needs to play a heater here. Hello to Tina, who's tuning in. She's watching all the way from the dungeon at Lord's. Trying to rip her eyes away from the 100. Rehan cuts that one uppishly. Survives to tell the tale. Yeah, it's interesting. Some ideas are great in theory. One of them was actually the bowl-off in cricket, but that never really stuck around, did it? Turns out, kind of like no one guarding the stumps didn't really provide the spectacle they were hoping for. But I mean, I like the idea. There's been a few things that have been tried in cricket and failed. I suppose most sports experiment to some degree. Kumar has done a good job following up from Prakash at that top end. Prakash, incidentally, finishing with figures of 1 for 23 of his 4 overs. End of the 13th over. Gorka 11. 112 for 3. 13 and over acquired through the last 7. Can they make a game of this? Two recognised batters at the crease, but they're both fairly early in their innings. There's Ranasawa with the big red hat. And then Ali grabs the ball. Now or never really for Gorka. That's a good shot from Raihan with the win. And we'll get over there. Maximo. A little bit straight. It's a good shot nonetheless. He misses it. Would have been a really big shout for LBW. That's good hands from Raihan. Just take somebody to catch fire here. This game could change again. Probably what the game needed, as it seemed to be drifting away from Gorka. Ah, there's Tina in the chat saying good evening from Lords. Thought you might be there. She's multi-screening with one of her screens being life. Hello to Kate in the office as well. Kate's there. In the dungeon. Whoa, fall down miss that might actually bring runs. I reckon this is buys. Run. Why aren't you running? Well, one's running now. I reckon this is 2 buys. Wait for it. Buck says. Yeah, 2 buys. Tough one for the keeper there. Collier probably could have taken a step to his right, tried to do a better job of blocking that, but also had a little bit of the old self-preservation in mind. You can understand that. I don't know whether Raihan thought it was going to go for 4 originally. It actually took a fair bit of Kuldeep on the way through, so it pulls up before going all the way to the line. Pushing hard here, wants 2 to the infield. Probably gets it. All right, things are happening. Oh, geez, might be out though. Geez, that's a tight call. I've got a feeling this is out. I'm calling it from here. It's a good throw. Does Collier get the ball onto the stumps? If he does, I don't see how. Raihan could have got back. Let's have a look. Yeah. Well, if that's clean, which it looks like it, the slow-mo tells the story. But, I mean, the umpire's got to make a bang-bang call. Does take the ball clean, he looks like. Anyway, that's the way it goes. They get a break. Good work there from our mini blue crew. Great camera work as well. I think we can see it's out. We can get back to the game. Don't want to make him feel worse than it is. Ball does get away, but I think that when he broke the stumps, he still had it. Is there one last gasp here for Gorka? It's a wide, and now they're going to make a late decision to go. And they throw to the wrong end. It's the dyslexic Lou Bega. 1, 2, 5, 4, 3. Not quite as catchy. John saying it's a tough one for the umpire. Wicketkeeper blocking the umpire's view. I suppose he had the question about whether he had the ball. My instinct is that he did. We were working off limited view. But well, at this stage, technology doesn't really come into it because we don't have all the what's required, I suppose, to be fair to the players. So for example, we've got one end fairly well covered, the other end not so much. Hustling through, they'll get a couple. Last ball, the 14th over. Adnan. In towards Rehan, who works it around the corner. Just a single, though. Leg bye called in the end. So, 16 come off that one, which is above the asking rate. Completely spellbound by this contest at the moment. 12.3 required. Make that 12.5. 17 off the over, including the leg bye. And it's 129 for 3. 75 off 6 overs. Can they do it? Gorka. They've got wickets in hand. Rehan's looked good from the moment he came to the crease. Hello to Paul saying, waiting for Estonia tomorrow. Big Hippos fan. Yeah, Hippos, they did win the ECS back in 2020. Went down in the final last year. Stallions winning the last 2. We've also got the strikers playing who've been to the ECL before. Big swing from Rehan first up. Ankush coming back for a third over. Tight one, but umpire Winter extends. Wide called. Sunday, he hasn't really fired yet. And this will help as he is able to slash it behind point for a 4. Gorka kicking, a little bit like Punjab did towards the end of their innings. Give a 14 over comparison. So Punjab after 14 were 121 for 3. Gorka were 129 for 3. So actually ahead of where Punjab CC were. Punjab had a good finish. On the ground. Settle for one. Oh, a little fumble. That's going to allow an extra run as well. Just feel there's a sense of belief growing in this Gorka pair. Brown pushes to the leg side. Oh, change-up goes horribly wrong. Attempted off-cut a slower ball. This definitely bounced off the pitch. And we'll have a free hit coming up. Have a look at it. I can see the pitch, and that didn't look like it was on it. Put it that way. I suppose he was unsighted, the umpire, because it was so wide the bowler was in the way. Has been caught a no ball. I think that's the right call. Cuddick doesn't like the call, but it seemed to be the right one, even though we maybe didn't see the exact moment the ball bounced. Free hit then. Nicked. Is that going to go? Oh, well, foot of God from Salvinda. Salvages the day in the end. So it's just one end of the over. That was another good over for Gorka. They get 13 off it in the end. So they get what they needed. 15 overs down, 142 for 3. Yeah, just enjoying it. Sunday afternoon, watching a good heavyweight battle between two strong sides in Division 1. Highlights all sports saying it's been a great match so far. Doesn't know too much about the batting team. I can tell you last time, batting second, they made 206. But they weren't able to pull off the winners. Punjab had set them 249 for victory. That was the highest score of the season, by the way, back in match 14. My Punjab 248 for 4. Parveen's going to have another go. I don't think he's crazy about bowling to the left-hander. I think he'd rather wait and bowl to two righties, but I think now's the moment. He's got to do it. Let's see if he sticks to the finger spin or whether he wants to try the wrist spinners as well. Well, it goes straight. Does he have the journey? Raihan. He doesn't. Rana makes the stop just a single. Looking for a second. It's a good sign that Raihan does want the strike. You can tell that. It highlights All Sports saying he misses cricket being played in the afternoon. So hard now. I know, but this is a good example. Some good afternoon cricket. A beautiful summer's day in Portugal. Southern Europe. Sunday, can he create something? He tries. He skews away. He's going to be gone. Parveen does the trick. Sandeep trying to hit that down the ground. It was a thick outside edge, and it flew quite a fair distance off the bat. Fielder ends up going back out of the circle to take it. Simranjit Singh takes the catch. You can see almost the helicopter follow through. Good catch. So Sandeep not really able to move the needle. He goes for 10. 143 for 4. Pretty good catch as well because he was dealing with the sun. Here comes Amandeep Singh. So 13 and over, definitely doable. Your number 6 just come into the crease. This would be your kind of role as a number 6 as well. These kind of situations. Takes it on. It's high. It's going to take some catching. In fact, it won't make it out to long on in the end. Salvinda will not be able to prevent the 2 either. No ball called. Wonder what this is for. Check the feet. It's going to get away again. They want 2. Yeah, they'll get it. Raihan's the man you do want facing the free hit. No ball called for the feet. Check it out. Well, where's the back foot? It's the front foot. No ball. Nothing behind the line. Again, we don't get a great look at it, but fair enough. So, bonus ball then for Raihan. Want to go with the wind to the left. That's what he's thinking. That's what he's thinking. Doesn't get it though. Clever bowling by Parveen. Pulls him outside off. Again, they want to probably get it in the air. 150 comes up. So still the ball essentially goes for 5. No ball. +2. +2. Raihan gets one more crack at Parveen Singh this over. This over's gone for 9. Last ball coming up of the 16th boundary gets them up to that rate. 13 and over required. Single gets him the strike. That's what Raihan's going to get in the end. So 10 off that. And the plot thickens. 4 overs of the day to go. And it's anyone's game. 152 for 4. Not exactly racing through the overs, either of these teams either today. So I wonder if there might be a situation towards the end where they might not be able to have the full complement of outfielders. Kush to bowl out over number 17. Raihan loads up. Oh, takes a bit of a Tortuga. They were slow to go for the second. Could be trouble. No. Beats out the throw. Got to be running each of the first ones hard at the moment. I know it's tough because Raihan's been out there for a while. He's starting to fatigue. But yeah, you've got to keep doing it. Every run's important. 50 required off 23. 13 and over required. Can they get 13 off this one? Wild swing. It's a bit of a tired swing. Gets past Goliath. Will change the strike. And Amandeep's only faced the one ball. So he's got his role to play as well. Not what Amandeep would have wanted, missing out in that first one from Ankush. Amandeep cracks this and well fielded out there. They're going to run hard. Again, just trying to get every run possible at the moment. $20 balls to go. 47 required. Just gets it past the bowler for a single. Amandeep hasn't really been able to catch lightning in a bottle just yet. On the charges, Raihan goes straight. Again, probably worth taking on the two. And they'll get there. They have run well. Even though Raihan must be a little bit gassed. Into the 17th over. It's 160 for 4. It was a funny over in that there weren't any boundaries. They still were able to get 8, which is okay. But we haven't had a boundary now for 17 deliveries. So, time for over number 18. Can they stay in it? 15 and over required, essentially. Parveen over the wicket to Raihan. Last chance saloon for Gorka. Goes for it. End of the bat. Will that carry? Won't carry for a catch. Got to come back for 2. 2's next best thing at the moment. Twos keep them kind of at the rate. 2.5 technically required, but two's way better than one. Pushed in a bit quicker, gets away from goal. Yeah, be disappointed doesn't hold on there. Does get Rayhan off strike with the bye. Can Amandeep do something here? I feel if he gets going, there's a chance. It's tough for Rayhan to do it all on his own. Amandeep gets some bat on it, so okay, plan A at least gets one, but it's getting to the point that kind of need some boundaries. They need them pretty quickly to stay in the game here. Gorka. 18 over comparison. This is just after Punjab had their burst. They were 185 after 18 overs. All right, well, that's a top edge. Straight up in the air and taken. So Rayhan goes, and maybe that's the end of the challenge. Maybe. Parveen, pretty good bit of bowling to keep it outside the off stump. He wants that leg side with the wind. You can see the clothing blowing that way. And pretty good catch from Adnan Ali, considering the swirly conditions. And that's the build-up of the non-boundary. 21 balls since the last boundary. And Gorka 165 for 5. Still possible, but getting less likely by the ball. Ankit Kumar, though, he's a guy that can give the ball a crack. Pretty good guy for this situation, actually. They need 3 a ball. Well, he goes a quicker ball in towards the body, and Ankit's ready for it. Plays a really good shot and gets 4. So I think he would have rather have tossed it up and drawn him forward. Tried to catch him by surprise with that ball. Two overs to go, 35 required. Biggest over the game. Can they, get, say, 15 plus, make it 20 or less? Last over, Amandeep facing up. And then Ali with the ball. Big swing. Moment deep. Got to come back for 2 at this stage. Once again, probably going to take on the 2 here. He can be pretty well back right on the boundary at the moment, conceding 2, knowing that rate has gone up over 3 a ball now. Once again, it's not going to find the boundary. Going to come back for a bit of a dodgy 2, but the throw pulls the bowler wide. 2s aren't going to do it at this stage. Going to get close here, Gorka. I don't quite see them getting over the line. Trying to make a game of it here. Ankit's come out really late in the piece. Just taking a moment here to just double check a few things on the technical side of things. Gives me a chance to remind everyone that ECS is back in the morning. Field G is on deck. It should be a cracking series as well in Estonia. Five teams will go to battle in that European cricket series. The Stallions, the Hippos, the Strikers, the Wolves, and Viking Stars. Starting tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in the UK, 8:30 in Central Europe, 9:30 in Estonia, and noon in India. Hippos on deck first up, taking on the Strikers. There won't be any Stefan Gooch, I don't believe, because of that Achilles injury he suffered in the World Cup sub-regional qualifiers. And Kit getting ready to face up. That should be a really good series. And 28 off 8. Couple of boundaries here. Maybe. Beautiful sunsets you get in this part of the world as well. Sun still has about an hour and 5 minutes before it goes down. Makes me think of that amazing Golden Ball European Cricket Series final we had here in 2024, where I'm pretty sure the sun had gone down by the time the Golden Ball played out. So, back and ready to go. 28 off 7. Well, that's harder than 28 off 8. Dragged off the under edge. Might as well go. Nothing to lose. Good bounce throw. That's what happens when you take the second. Almost creates a third or even 6 runs. Will be the end of the over. 178 for 5 after 19 overs. 26 required off the last over of the day.